Make sure to get the YouTube stream started before I forget. I forgot to start the YouTube stream last time. I streamed for like an hour, and I was like, oh, well, I guess the YouTube's going to be missing that bit. Never mind. See, look, it's fucking immediately picked up on it. So, yeah, it's pretty quick. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Happy Wednesday? It is a Wednesday. Fuck. I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore, dudes. Ay, ay, ay. Right. Controller. Continue. You can reveal your defense by accessing the corpus via your ring terminal. Let's go to the surface. You're rustling around for over there, little man. So my parents got Artie a Christmas present last Christmas. It's like a tube. It's like a spring thing. It's like, you know, those tents that open up on their own. This is like a tube. It's got some holes in it. It's got some like toys attached to it and everything on a string. But
Dad! Mom!
I might have to see what he's doing in a minute.
This way.
Oh yeah, my truck. Right, bear with me one moment. I'm just going to see. He sounds like he's having a bit of a fucking mare. One sec, I'll be right back. What's going on, Baba? Baba, I can't go there. I need to sit there. Excuse me. Boo. His one of his claws has got much longer than normal. The rest of them are all still trimmed, but one of them he's like sharpened it up, like much quicker somehow. And it keeps getting hooked on things. And he had it hooked inside this fucking tube toy that he's got, this like tube enclosure thing. And bless him, he couldn't get out. We rescued you, didn't we, Baba? We saved you. Right, so let me just check. What the fuck is all this stuff? This is all the stuff. Oh, we got a couple of ghost blades. Okay, so I'm gonna I might put those in storage until we can figure out on the Magellan as well. Yes, welcome in everybody. Mo, good to see you, dude. Congratulations on second, and Stabby, congratulations on first. Welcome in. I got all this stuff for delivery. Veldar, welcome in. Congratulations on third, my dude. Excuse me, what? So, I'm going to find all the stuff that's on my back. Bowed, good to see you, dude. How's it going? Made top 3. You did indeed. Did indeed. GG's. Right, we're going to put all of our ghost blades in storage. Everything else we can kind of just recycle, to be honest. We'll put those in a private locker. We're going to recycle a bunch of other stuff. We got some materials in the locker and some stuff for delivery. So, let's recycle some stuff in our private locker. Let's recycle those. And then I'm going to take one of these out. All of this lot. All of that lot's going to go. Oh, I need a truck. Okay, excuse me. Sarah San, welcome in. Good to see you. How far are you in the game? We are episode 6, Chrysalis sort of area. But I'm not pushing the story. We're at episode 6, Chrysalis. But I'm not just doing loads of story, and we're 63 hours in. And we've kind of connected the left-hand side of the map. So yeah, we're not super far in. So I need to. Right, sorry, chat. Where is my truck? Oh. Still that. We are building the monorail, yes. So we have built a road all the way from East Distro all the way across the West Fort Knot, and then a road all the way to South Distro, and then also Environmental Observatory, but also all the way up to Twin Valley Mine. And tonight I would like to try and build a bit more road, because that one doesn't need very much, but I've got to take out these bozos first. And then I want to see where the road goes, because I presume it's going to go down here. And I imagine we'll be over here at some point. So, but we also built the road all the way over to the mine near F3 Crater. So once we go over there, we can connect that one up. The monorail, sorry, we built the monorail all the way over to there. And then the monorail goes all the way down to there, and then all the way along down to West Fort Knot. So yeah, built quite a lot. You're good, I'm ahead of you. I was going to leave if you were ahead of me. I didn't want any spoilers. Of course, yeah. Roads exhausted me, but they're so worth it. 100%, 100%. And yes, please make sure you look after yourself and prevent yourself from spoilers. We don't want any spoilers for Sarah. But yeah, so I'm not rushing. Even though as a streamer, I think it's probably a good idea to try and get through the game fairly quickly. I'm not rushing because yeah, I want to 5-star everything. I want to sort of, I want to do it right. I want to, when we get to the point of platinuming the game, I don't want to have like a fucking absolute onslaught of stuff to go back to. I think once we're in an area making deliveries and doing stuff, doing bits, we should try and build as much as possible, basically. Somebody just put something on my door. Have you ever thought of the roadcraft? It seems like you have a great fun building roads. I've seen a few different city builders, and the thing is, do you know what? That's actually a good point. That's kind of where it comes from, I think, is that when I was playing like SimCity way back in the day, way back in the day, I would genuinely spend ages building like a highway through the main city and figuring out the best sort of, where should I reinforce the roads and everything. And I would make a little network. And yeah, it was, I don't know, I just enjoy it. I like connecting up sections. SimCity, yeah, for real, dude. They exhaust you, but they're so worth it. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think that, like, when you're delivering shit tons of stuff, the truck is just so valuable, and the roads just make the truck so much more useful. So, is that my truck there? No. Did I ditch my truck? I think, did I leave my truck here? I've left my truck somewhere, chat, and I don't know. Can I? My structures and vehicles, okay. Off-roader there. I don't think it's that one. That's the mule one. Where's my truck, chat? I've lost it. I kind of lost it. What was I doing with it at the end of stream? I swear I parked it up. I'm almost certain I parked it up down here. I think I parked it out of the way, and then I went on foot a few times and it sucked. So I took my trike just to get over there quicker. I'm almost certain, but where is my truck, chat? I think we may have lost it, chat. Because if we leave it, I mean, we've left it unattended before, I'm certain of it. Dude, where's my... Yeah, exactly. Where's your car, dude? Dude, where's my car? Where's your car, dude? That is strange. Very strange. Let me just double check. In the garage. Oh, okay, it's here. Okay, it's here. I swear I couldn't see it on that list before. Right, there we go. So, inside here, in my private locker, all of this stuff. Pop that in there. We've got this lot, which we could probably just leave in my private locker, I suppose. And then we want to go make a few deliveries to start off with, I suppose. So, off we go. So we're here. And we've got a delivery for the dowser, and we've also potentially got something for F2 South Knot. So let's head down the road and do those two. We could pick up the monorail to do the dowser, because we can drop off. Oh, actually, I don't know, because we haven't completed it yet. I don't think we've completed the... I don't think we've completed the monorail yet. So anyway, excuse me. Just hope this game doesn't destroy roads like the previous game, I would cry. Yeah, like I get that roads need to be maintained. But also it was kind of like... Because the thing is, I made like a zip line. I mean, lots of people did apparently, because it's a bit of a meme now. But I made like a network of zip lines across the whole map of the first game. And I feel as if I might at some point... What the hell is that? What is that? I feel like I might boot up the first game to see if... I swear there was something moving in the water. It just disappeared. But yeah, I might even boot up the old... boot up Death Stranding 1 and see if I can... like, because I platinumed the game. And then I didn't play it for a while, because after platinuming it, I was, yeah, I was done. But when I logged back in, when the director's cut released, and I was going to try and re-platinum it, all of my zip lines were like broken, and I had to go and get a bunch of chiral crystals to repair them. And I was like, that's a bit of a shame, because, you know, like that network will allow you to deliver almost everything 5 stars. Like, you know, you deliver it so quickly that you get 5 stars almost every single time. And obviously, if you don't want to use them because it's lazy and it's boring, then fine. But if you're platinuming the game, that's the way to do it. You know, trust me. That's when I started to make progress. I started to spend like 2 or 3 hours a day just doing deliveries, and it goes all the way up to the mountains and everything. And I was like, damn. And they just let it rot. And I was like, damn, you motherfuckers are lazy. So I went and got all the chiral crystals from every single distress center and shelter. But I went and fucking repaired them all. But I think if I log back in again, I'll probably end up having to fucking repair them again. But that's why we do it. Excuse me. That's why we do it. But yeah, the roads make such a difference. But yeah, all we need is a cargo grabbing arm for the tricycle, the trike, or we need a chiral crystal grabber for this. I don't know if we're going to get one for either, but yeah, if we can get a cargo grabbing arm for the trike, you can just pick up the chiral crystals when you drive near them, because you're low to the ground, but in the truck you're too high up, I think, so it will not allow it, unfortunately. Yes, little man, we're going to have to cut your claws again. I only did it the other day. One of your claws has grown way too quickly. Mate, I wish driving forwards onto that that would be so cool. If you drove in forwards and it turned to straighten up, turn the car around for you, that would be a nice touch. Well, you've got an order. Yeah, I think we're going there. We need to 5-star that person.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Cool. So I need to remember that I have a bunch of stuff, like materials, in storage. Dennis, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. So yes, I've read up, and our lovely friend Nat was right. I had no idea, but Nat was right. The showing both chats on the screen merged is actually against TOS. So luckily we've got lovely friends like Nat to tell us that. So yeah, unfortunately we can't have both chats on the screen. I can see both chats, but I can't have them on the screen. Neck is sore and my voice is gone. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Is it sore as in like the muscles are sore, or is your throat sore? If you say you've got a bit of your voice is gone, a sore throat. Throat, yeah, okay. Sorry to hear about that, dude. It's a bit of a fucking bummer. Unfortunate thing about streaming is you talk like. And like I'm used to it. Like I worked in a contact center for like 4 years, maybe 5, and I was just talking all day long, and didn't really affect me too much. I don't think I could have done it if I was still smoking. If I was still smoking and I was talking on the phone, my voice would have been pretty fucked. But because I'd given up smoking by that point, it was all right. We can use the old monorail chat. So I wonder, if I put the truck here, facing this way. In my game, there's a porter in Mexico who fell in the river and hit his head, so he's floating unconscious for days. I tried to push carriage under my van, but I just can't save him. So I tried sticky gun him, got minus 10 points for mistreating a porter. Connected more than half of Australia, and he's still floating in that river. Oh, God. Well, you did your best. You did your best. Nobody can judge you. You did everything you could. But the poor guy, yeah, I put a bridge where Villa Libra is. I put a bridge over that big river because it was a pain in the arse like 2 or 3 times. I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to build a bridge here. And it fucking got ruined almost immediately. So I think the river bank just swelled a little bit too much. But nobody's obviously got the crystals or the materials to repair it. So I might have to go back and repair it. But yeah. I thought 80 meters would have been enough to fucking cover that river off, but apparently not. Apparently not. Maybe I need to find a smaller. Well, I put it down. I put the bridge down in the most useful spot, but unfortunately, I think the river's just going to keep destroying it. So I might have to go back there and move it to a less riverbank kind of spot. Poondog, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. I didn't fucking chat. I didn't fucking take the things off the fucking monorail. Excuse me. That's fucking annoying. That's fucking annoying. I need to go into the cargo manager and make sure I've got the inventor stuff on my back. Triangle. All the stuff. The inventor. No, don't do that. What have you just done? Okay, that's all 3. Right, am I overloaded? Really? So, West Fort Knot. Cool. Right, excuse me. I let my chat speak. Center of my streams. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this is it. Like, sometimes it's nice. It's difficult. Like when you do like a co-stream, or like you're playing like a multiplayer game with like TeamSpeak or whatever it's called. It is super difficult to like keep up with chat and also keep up with what's going on. So like I feel like I can't quite engage with people in the chat as much when I'm co-streaming, which is weird because Twitch was pushing it really hard. Like for like a few months, Twitch was just constantly telling me about features attached to co-streaming, and I was like, okay, I'll give it a go at some point, but like calm down. And then when I did, like it just didn't show my stream to anybody. Like I had like fucking 4 viewers and they had like 25, and I was like, well, it's not getting me any exposure. It's worse. This is worse than me streaming on my own. And obviously I wanted to stream with the other person, but yeah, I was like, well, you know, you've been telling me to co-stream for fucking ages, and you've been telling me to share clips on other platforms for ages, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean anything. Now, you're asking me to do this stuff, and it doesn't make a difference. So yeah, that's just Twitch, unfortunately. They'll tell you to do something because they pretend it's going to help you, but all it really does is help them, and they wonder why everybody gets fed up and just stops. It's scary, dudes. Like I was looking through my follow list the other day because we've mentioned this a few times, how many people I miss. There's so many people that used to stream that, bless them, they just drifted off of it, and it's, yeah. It's such a shame.
The man I've been waiting to see.
Because a bunch of them were incredibly charismatic, welcoming, warm, wholesome, talented, funny people. That clearly, you know, on paper, I would say that's probably the most, you know, all of the characteristics you need to be a great streamer. But yeah, just burns you out.
I'm so glad you could make it. Give me a
You're not
moment
careful.
to check the order information.
You can, Sarah. Yes,
Oh, well.
you can jump off.
Did you find this?
And I've also built a zip line.
Up on never seeing it.
Sarah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, it's still not 5 stars. Oh, what's this?
With you?
Bowler stun gun, a weapon that fires electrically charged strands to bind targets. Okay, we can ignore reading that because once I get to here,
Further increase your...
they're going to tell me after this as well.
I present the bowler stun gun. Now this is a completely new and original invention, I'm sure of it. With your standard bowler gun, the effectiveness of the wires can vary widely depending on how they hit. Your target could break free practically immediately. But with my improved design, it doesn't matter where your shot connects. You'll get the maximum effect regardless. I just know you're gonna love it. Really?
No,
I've done
bye-bye.
it. I took the time to analyze your recent activities, you see. And through the chiral network, I was able to study the bowler gun in depth. Thus did I build upon the foundations laid by my predecessors and make a small but meaningful addition. Please, use it as you see fit. That in itself will be payment enough. Thanks. I hope to see you again.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. So, we'll have 2 of those for sure. What have you got any orders? Right, excuse me. Yes, you can jump off, and I've built a zip line to get back.
Yeah! Feel that speed!
Stretch of land is called the Northwest Coast. The region is prone to frequent gatequakes and is bordered by the Tar Sea to the west. This bottomless body of tar.
That's for the inventor, okay. Excuse me. So we may as well head back. Do that delivery for the inventor. Oh.
The man I've been waiting to see.
There we go.
Fortuitous timing as always. And what is this unexpected delivery?
Almost there.
Order completed. Well done.
Just gonna double check. Yeah, nothing. Okay, cool. Have we got? Oh shit! Hang on. Have we got anything in storage? CP, welcome in. Keep on keeping on. Nothing in there. Okay, cool. Right. So, a few more deliveries for this person, and we should be able to 5-star them, which is good. And we'll go over to West Fort Knox. Oh, dude, we could do with a PCC. We could do with a zip line up there. Up on the top of that. That would be a really good place for a zip line. But yes, like I say, I'm in no rush to like smash through all the story, but yeah, I feel like I need to I need to keep an eye on it and not spend like 10 streams just doing very little, basically. Because we do need to get to the end of the story in a timely manner. I don't want to rush it, but I don't want to leave it too long as well. Oh, careful, Sam.
It's toppled over.
Just like that, Sam.
Right, we're going to West Fort Knott anyway. Grab that. This pointless ladder. Yeah, I forgot you can drive the trikes on the back wheel across the ladders. It's super sketchy though. Fucking wild to me these ladders haven't got more likes. Well, I suppose I could make a zip line for like the whole thing, couldn't I?
Who calls for comfort?
This one's all sort of canted to one side. So expecting those ladders to wobble a lot more. Yeah, they're pretty good, right? They're pretty fucking sturdy ladders. GG to whoever built them. But yes, anyone that's been on a ladder in real life that sees a ladder that narrow and that sort of like, you know, flimsy looking, yeah, I can understand. No, don't do that. Right. Right, I'll grab these. I imagine they were dropped by somebody. Oh, wow, somebody had a fucking bad day. Oh,
Close one.
yeah, Sam loses his balance really easy in this one. I mean, I suppose we're a little bit top heavy, but I think they've made it a little bit more sensitive because, yeah, I was like putting an absurd amount of stuff on my back and then just running full speed over rocks and it was fine. There we go. But yes, if anyone's ever used a ladder as a bridge in real life, is fucking terrifying. There's like very little to actually stand on. Everything attracts magnetically. Do you think do you need a transport for anything with stored data like hard drives, phones? Well, yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, I've got the upgrade. That green cage thing you can see is a like a magnet that it basically activates whenever I fall over. So all of my cargo stays attached. So I have to pick it back up afterwards. But yeah, obviously, if you were sending anything like VHS tapes or a hard drive, it would get absolutely bathed in magnetic field, and probably wouldn't do it many favors. But well, mate. Faraday cage built into the container. Yeah, you can see above me there's like a green sort of like teal turquoisey blue cage. That's an APAS upgrade that like holds all my cargo on top of me when I fall over. You can tie your bag with rope much better that way. Oh, so you can tie stuff. So you can tie stuff with ropes in the game. Okay. Nice rusty truck. Excuse me, chat. It's got very humid this afternoon.
Welcome back, Sam. It's a real pleasure to see you again. Now, let's have a look at those orders. How did you get... It's like a dream come true, this showing up on our doorstep.
There it is.
Sam, I can't think of anyone who's done more for us than you.
Press triangle to remove your bag. Equip your rope and push R2. Ah, because you got your strand, haven't you? Of course. No matter where, no matter what.
We've upped the quantity of material.
Cool. Thank you.
Let me just say that we're absolutely stoked you visited our humble facility so many times. You're the only reason that West Fort Knott is still a place people can call home. The deliveries you've brought us have been a source
Excuse me,
of
my
hope
shoulders are not
in
very good today.
troubled times. Something all of us here have desperate.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Cool. Right. Have you got any orders for anyone else that needs to be 5-starred? You got. No. No. Yes. So, I mean, we could leave our vehicle there. What we could do is use the monorail to go all the way to that dude. For free, basically. Oh, they're not on the monorail. Okay. Ah, I can't set that as a destination. Okay. Oh, no, the order is for him, isn't it? Okay. This lady is cute. Yes. There's been some really sort of some really lovely shelter dweller people. However, I don't think anyone's going to top Mama from Death Stranding 1. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful, beautiful human being. And obviously Lochner is very beautiful as well, but the glasses, oh, beautiful. You mean the rope have practical use other than just choke the hell out of people from behind? SSDs and USB drives are apparently completely safe from magnetic fields. Hard disk drives, on the other hand, magnetic drives, however, also apparently a Faraday cage doesn't stop magnetic fields. No, a Faraday cage will stop the wavelength from microwaves, but magnetic waves are a different frequency or a different phase, and therefore, yeah. But I imagine a similar principle might. I imagine a similar principle might apply. There might be a slightly different way of building the Faraday cage, but you know, your everyday Faraday cage, like the one you see on the front of your microwave, that sheet, technically a Faraday cage. That will stop microwaves. But yeah. Yeah, I mean lead. I mean lead is technically, you know, I think. No, lead stops X-rays, doesn't it? Is there something that can block magnetic? I'm not sure. I mean, without like brute forcing it by basically just making something thick enough and dense enough to just absorb all of the magnetic field and not pass. Because the thing is, when you magnetically, you know, when you apply a magnet to a magnetic surface, it inhibits some of the magnetism, right? Which is why, like, your magnetic screwdriver can attach to something that can attach to something that can attach to something. And obviously, the stronger the magnet, I think, the more it passes through. Because I know neodymium magnets. Is it neodymium? Neodymium magnets, the really, really strong ones. If you attach one of those to, like, a car panel, everything sticks to the car panel. Ferrite shielding, yeah. To some extent, they use in MRIs, yeah. Because yeah, obviously MRIs are fucking. I mean, it's scary, right? Somebody managed to catch a video when they were calibrating an MRI machine, and they showed it without the big case. They showed it without the case on, and there's this giant ring of like apparatus, and it's spinning around so fucking quickly. It's fucking terrifying. But yeah, it always makes me chuckle in hospitals where they're like, don't worry, it's completely harmless, and they go stand behind a giant fucking solid iron shield. Excuse me? I think it's because of repeated exposure. Being exposed to it, you know, for like, you know, 20 minutes, you know, 5 minutes or whatever, once every 6 months when you're getting checkups is fine. But obviously if you're working there, you're constantly bombarded with the offshoot of X-rays. Niche good. Somebody use the zip line. Let's go. But yes, it's been fun watching people playing the first game, but when they get to Mama's shelter, you see them for the first time, it's like, oh my god, that is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. Tragic story as well. Centrifugal forces would launch the whole thing away if it weren't. If it was a break, they, however, would very much. They, however, would be very, very much in harm's way. Yes, obviously everything would fly outwards, but yeah, I'm not too sure if there's anything on one side that's wired up to the other side, because that would then, yeah, but. Centrifugal, yeah. Centrifugal. Centripetal is... That's a... I can't remember the definition of centripetal. Oh, excuse me. I'll show... Pop the browser on the screen because I've turned it off for now. Centrifugal versus centripetal force. So centripetal and centrifugal forces are often confused, but they represent different aspects of circular motion. Centripetal force is a real force that acts towards the center of a circle, causing an object to have more of a curved path. Oh, so it's when, like, yeah, okay. Centrifugal force, on the other hand, is a fictitious force that appears to act away from the center when viewed from a rotating frame of reference. Essentially, centripetal force is the cause, while centrifugal force is the perceived effect. Ah, okay. The centrifugal force is the perceived effect in centrifugal out. Tombstone, welcome in. I think centripetal pulls inwards and yeah, that's what I think this is saying, I think. So gravity is a centripetal force, whereas when you spin something, it's centrifugal that forces it out. Newtonian mechanics. So, not to be confused with. So, centripetal force, Latin. Oh, who's this? A Tombstone. Thank you so much for resub, dude. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. 28 months. Damn. Like, well over 2 years. Almost 30 months. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Thank you very much. From Latin, centrum, center, and pita, to seek. Ah, so the force that makes a body follow a curved path. Okay, so when gravitational force is pulling on something and something goes past and it's pulled into the center, but okay. In which a body moves with uniform speed along a circular path, the centripetal force is directed at right angles to the motion and also along the radius towards the center of the circular path, derived in 1659 by a Dutch physicist, Christian Huygens. Okay. So centripetal is the force that pulls something in. That's the force that attracts it to the center. But if you have a centripetal force, which is equal to the force of lateral movement, it's going to continue in a circle because the centripetal force isn't strong enough to pull it in because it's being offset by the force. Okay. Okay. Yeah, your velocity and centripetal force can be in harmony and create orbit. Okay. Okay. But yes, if you had velocity on an angled dish, the centripetal force of gravity would pull it in, but the velocity of it moving... Okay. Excuse me. Misa, welcome in. Again, dude, good to see you. Been using centripetal wrong for the past year or two. Yeah, I had to double check. Centripetal is the force that keeps spinning the object stable. When gravity exceeds the force generated by rotation, it loses stability. Yes, exactly. Watching the Ghost of Yoto State of Play tomorrow. So yes, I won't be streaming, but I believe Kate is going to watch it in their Discord, so I might be in there. But I am supposed to go to the gym tomorrow. But it's 10 o'clock at night, isn't it? So it's quite late. So I should be able to get back from the gym and watch it. So I think we're going to watch it in Kate's Discord. I'm not sure.
And there's the man we've been waiting for. Bringing up the order information now. Wow.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Order completed. Well done.
Right, have you got any outbound deliveries for anyone? Yes, you do. Oh, okay. So we'll do that one another time. So for now, I'm going to check my orders menu. We've got one order for that person, but in our cargo manifest, we should be able to also see that we've got a bunch of stuff for everyone else. So we've got stuff for that dude. Stuff for that dude. Stuff for them. And also some stuff for them. Okay. Right, so the next person on that list is the animal shelter. So if we go out of here to the right and then take the first right, we can do that one and that one. And then, yeah, okay, cool. We can take care of that. But yes, I'll probably watch it in Kate's Discord because, yeah, I won't be live. And I'll be at the gym until 7, 8, maybe 9. Depends how bad I am. But yes, I look forward to hearing Kate's thoughts because they're a big fan. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. The problem is that it's going to be released on PlayStation first, not... It won't be released on PC at the same time. I imagine it'll be a PlayStation exclusive for a certain amount of time and then go to PC. And I'll have to wait to play it because I think playing it on PC where I could muck around with the screen ratio, the forcing a 16:9 game, forcing the 20:9 aspect ratio in the settings to give like widescreen black bars, it made such a difference. And I'm gutted I didn't do the same thing with this. Because there isn't an option for it, unfortunately. But obviously we could go to the PlayStation settings and we could force 20:9 and then start this game up, and I think it would be fine. Oh, you're an animal on the road. Excuse me. But yeah, I think the extra detail. Oh no! Please don't tell me you're dead. Oh.
Daddy Dennis says my wife just confessed that she broke my favorite lamb. I don't think I'll be able to look at her in the same light ever again.
Very good, Dennis. Welcome in. Rescue areas are a bit too much, especially that there's no quick way of getting to get there. Saying this after saving 50 animals. Yes, the thing is, I feel as if the animals just they run out in front of your vehicle. I know that's kind of realistic, but it's also really heartbreaking when I'm just driving down the road and it's like minus 100 likes. And I was like, what? I couldn't even see because the truck is so tall. When you're looking where you're going, there's like a huge gap in front of you where an animal can be, and you just can't see it. Plus, yeah, they should go underneath. Yeah, I think it just hits them if you go near them, but they should go underneath. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I have rescued a few animals. But then there was a kangaroo just chilling near the animal shelter, and I was running, and I stopped running forwards, but the kinetic energy kind of system in this game meant that I kept going, and I fucking kicked I accidentally kicked a kangaroo, and I was like, no, don't do that. See your car and jump right in front of it, yeah. It's heartbreaking. Right, where are we turning off from up here? Okay, so we're turning off there. Excuse me. Turning off here. However, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, once we're over there, the bot will say so in chat. We don't have any follow alerts. They don't go off. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them, but we don't call them out. If you guys want to lurk and follow in secret, that's also totally fine. Received 1 like from a deer. But yes, I have rescued a few animals, but yeah, I imagine one of the platinums is going to be rescuing a bunch of animals, so yeah. But yes, don't spoil it for me, but yes, I'll be back shortly. What the fuck is this, dude? I'm riding a unicorn in Far Cry 6 at night wearing sunglasses, listening to this song. Oh, it's there. Fuck, that was fucking good. But there is something up there that I want. So I will go. I can just jump up here now. Cool. Game? Really? I mean, game, really, please. There's a grace right here, right? I think there's a grace right there. Oh shit, you're a fucking friend, sorry. Okay, your poise is shit. Oh. Oh! Oh, chat. The fucking rolling underneath the jump attack to backstab. Oh.
Come to this.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
So, are there any rocks? Oh shit, I need to fucking pay attention. Are there any rocks? Fuck me, that was close. Fuck me, that is close. Fucking hell. The thing is, I think
That's the best one we've done.
a two-hander. Okay. Ooh, we're up here where they can't get us. Ha ha! Ah! What are you gonna do now? Huh? Huh? Bozos? What are you gonna do now? Oh, I can't aim low enough. Ah, fuck this game. Can I, oh, no, that was not, probably not a good idea, that. Now I'm, yeah, now I am actually fucked. Can I slide down there without dying? Oh, look at this. Absolute poggers. Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience, I appreciate that. Killed 2 animals I saved because there was this delivery to get east of the animal shelter. Didn't see them, it was dark and night. I kind of went straight ahead with my van. Yeah, it's happened to me a number of times. I'm driving around and yeah, like I said before, it's just like minus 100 likes. I'm like, no, I didn't even see it. And yeah, they're so difficult to see. And the thing is because I'm driving around at night and I'm not really able to see everything. But conversely, I didn't ask them to put a day-night cycle in the game. They added that. And I'm not sold on the idea of a day-night cycle. I feel as if almost every game that has a day-night cycle, I find myself just always at night. It's always nighttime. And yeah, it spoils the view. So it spoils the view quite a lot of the time. And also, unfortunately, in this game, there are dynamic, like, they're not pre-rendered cutscenes, they're in-game cutscenes. And my fear was confirmed that I saw a cutscene that was kind of cool, but I thought it could have looked cooler because it was at night and there was like tar flying everywhere, but you couldn't really see it because it was nighttime. I watched somebody earlier today and they did the cutscene during the daytime and it looked a bit cooler, and I was like, damn, so that cutscene was like nerfed because I did it at night by accident. So yeah, next time we do some story, I want to go and rest somewhere and sleep until morning and then pick up the mission, whatever it may be. Because yeah, I think it's kind of silly that the game allowed me to do a whole ass mission at night and then an in-game cutscene at night where it kind of looks worse. But you know, yeah, it's just I get it's cool when the sun goes down and the sun comes back up, but yeah, I think the amount of nighttime needs to be adjusted. I shall lurk here now. Yes, welcome back. Good to see you, Nimbus.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Right, I've ever had them at school, but my parents made a fucking cheese and tuna panini. Used to love them as a kid, I swear to God. Yes, cheese and tuna panini. Paninis are fucking great because it's like all of the fillings and taste of a big sandwich, but it's a nice thin sandwich. It's easy to eat. I love a good panini. Something about squeezing all of the life out of a sandwich just amplifies the taste.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Cool.
Always nice to have you around, Sam. Come again soon.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. What have you got?
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, it says well done instead of thank you. In Death Stranding 1, it's like order complete. Thank you. Now it's like order complete. Well done. But I feel as if they've sort of added on the well done because it sounds slightly different to the the rest of the recording. What are you doing, Bubba? Sorry, Bubba's my cat. I'm not talking to a human child right now, I promise. Yes, enjoy your lurk, I appreciate that. Enjoy all the lurks, all the lurkers. Enjoy your lurks, dudes. I appreciate you guys so much. My lovely silent supporters. Right, so I think we can just head down this way. Cool. And then, yeah, when we come back this way, we'll do the delivery to this person. So, down the old road. Deliver to both these people. And then down the old road, we can get rid of some stuff with this guy. Cool. We're good, Bubba. They can hear you, Bubba. They can hear you chatting. Just catting. But yes, I imagine you put the key ring on. If there is, don't spoil it for me, but if there is a trophy for rescuing animals, I imagine if you put the key ring on, that means they don't run away from you and you just hover around this area. I imagine you can just about farm that. Boss Cat, yes. Assistant Director Artorias. Oh, excuse me.
You mind?
But yes, the roads. I watch other people like struggling to get from A to B, and I'm like, I could never. Oh, careful! I could never, dudes. Oh, we should have got a PCC and made that fucking zip line that I was thinking of.
Snag.
coming to a I hope you have done a step.
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Still pretty.
Yes, we've we've done all the sort of story with them, so yeah, I'm not super interested in listening to all the dialogue because there's a lot of canned dialogue, a lot. So we don't need to do that. We're not going there just yet. It's fine. Let me check. Right, back onto the road. Oh, hang on, before we do that, we've got bird feed for the birds. We'll go deliver to the birds.
Very impressive work, Sam.
Raindrops keep falling on my head. I should learn the words to that song. It's stuck in my head, but I don't know the words. They do sing it in this game, but I haven't heard it enough times to learn it, unfortunately. Haven't heard it enough times to learn it, unfortunately. So. See, there's this thing, you can hold down R1 to skip all of that in the first game. And you can skip things in this one, but you can't like just hold one button to skip all the stuff, because after you've seen the delivery sort of, you know, confirmation screen a few times, you do get a little bit tired of waiting for it to finish. And I swear that they've split stuff into more than one screen now in this one, whereas in the first one, a lot of it was just one screen, and you could just tap R1 and it would just skip all of the animation and just show you everything. I think. So many structures are using -61 as their theme music, which is really cool. That song is really good. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff for that guy, the Western. Okay, so we're going to head down there just for the once. Just to deliver. We don't need to, but I need to get rid of this stuff. And then, what I might do... Because, yeah, if we had a zip line, like up here, that picked up the ones that are down there, that would be really fucking clever. Because it would help people out. It would get them up here, and then we could probably put a zip line about here, and then maybe one more right in front. Oh, there's a zip line there already. Okay, so we can pick this one up so we can piggyback off somebody else's. That's pretty pog. So yeah, I think 2 PCCs, and we go and do that because that's going to help a bunch of people out after we've made this delivery. And then I also feel like I want a zip line that goes from this part of the road here all the way up to the plate gate spawn, even though I don't think we need to go back to Mexico. That's the thing. I think we're kind of done with Mexico. I think we're kind of done. I think we 5-starred everybody. So we'll head down the road down to what's his face. But yes, we need to fabricate, or I need to check actually. I might have a couple of PCCs in my storage in my truck. But yes, I think a couple of oh, well, the PCCs be level 2 there. Anyway, a couple of zip lines up near the inventor, so you can get to them quickly. I think, and get up that hill quickly, because I think there's a couple of challenges where you need to get up the hill, or you need to be down below, collecting stuff off that beach and then taking it up to the animal shelter. So I think a zip line there would make a lot of sense in terms of maximum distance traveled, because yeah, climbing that thing is not fun. There might be a few ropes, but you know, we're going to supersede them, I'm afraid. Definitely. So, do you know what? I've just figured it out. Maybe that's why there's so many fucking generators next to the road, is because every time you drive through a generator, it clicks a like. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it is. Yes, apologies, chat. My brain's a little bit fried today. I came across one phone number that had been added to 740 different people. It's probably not true. That's probably a mistake, right? Probably a mistake. Should probably try and build a bit of code to go through and to find that value and to remove it. Because yeah, that's probably not right. Especially not when you consider that phone numbers are usually pretty personal, especially mobiles. This was a landline number, but you know, landline numbers are usually tied to an address. However, some people think it's a good idea to put their name and their phone number, their home phone number, and their full name, first name and surname, on every property they're responsible for. Sometimes that's 4 or 5, maybe 6 properties. And they call us up and like, why have you mixed everything together? It's like, you're not really supposed to live at that many properties. Well, I don't live at them, I just rent them out. So you need to tell us that you rent them out, because if you start putting your details, oh, you lucky bastard. You lucky bastard. I don't know if you saw that, Sarah, but fucking hell, that was pretty close. But yeah, they see your vehicle coming. Just fucking walk right underneath it. But yeah, they'll put their details across like 5 or 6 different places, and then our computer system will get confused, because a human being tends to live in one of maybe 2 places at most. Having multiple properties that you appear to live at is yeah, problematic to say the least. But you know, you can't convince people, oh, it's quite simple. It's like, no, it fucking isn't. It isn't fucking simple at all. I mean, I don't speak to customers anymore, but yeah, you hear them saying stuff like, it's very simple, you know, I live here, but that's my sister's house, that's my brother's house, that's my mum's house. Everything needs to be sent to them, but it needs to be sent to them under my name. It's like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Oh, these are all Legend of Legends. Okay. That's quite a lot of stuff. Okay, so I think we're going back there anyway. So I think we're going back that way. Oh, okay. That's a Legend of Legends, but it's out of the way. Oh, that's also okay. So we're going there anyway. So I'm going to take this one.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Oh, it's all the way up there. Oh, do you know what? I don't know if I can be asked. I don't know if, oh. Okay. Okay, there's a few bridges to choose from. Okay, we can go. Okay. Okay, I think we might be all right. So, plus we do kind of need to do a little trip. We do kind of need to do a little trip to Mexico. I want to check out that bridge, to be honest. But yeah, chat. This game is really. It's crazy how quickly your plan for the next 20 minutes can get completely altered, and then you end up doing something else. And then once you get to what you're doing, you then end up doing something else. And it's I don't know how they do it, but yeah, it works on me. Maybe it doesn't work on other people, but it works on me. I find myself just sinking hours into just mooching around doing bits and pieces. And yeah, I think there's something very. I see these with the door light on. Just want to double check if they mean anything. No. Excuse me. But yes, there was a place that used to do chicken, bacon and cheese panini. And goodness gracious me, chat, it was glorious. I had it for lunch, like hundreds of days in a row, until I got sick of it. But yeah. There's a bit of a nebula over there, okay. Okay. Bless him. I was watching this this autistic TikTok creator, and they said it's been a good run, but autism chow is now illegal. We're going to have to create a new autism chow. And they said, I call this beans, and they just put so many different kinds of bean into a slow cooker and just turned it on, and they said you can eat this almost every day. And I was like, dude, like you're going to have the fucking worst gas. Like it's going to be like painful. There's that. Targa. Okay, I will go there anyway. What is this? Someone's trike. Okay. Yeah, we never went over here. Well, there's some strandy bits. Yeah, we never really looked over here, did we? But let me see if I can go and grab that. But yeah, they just put like 5 or 6 different kinds of beans. Some of them had sauce into a slow cooker and just started fucking eating it. And I was like, dude, like, I don't know how old you are and if you've experienced what happens when you consume like just beans as like just a protein and a carb, just in bulk. It's not a pleasant experience the next few days. But funnily enough, me and some BMX friends, we learned the biology that it's the baked bean being broken down, as in digested. It's the shell being broken down that creates the gas. Love some baked beans, yeah. This is including baked beans. So it's the shell on the bean being broken down that creates the chemical reaction that creates the gas. So if you don't chew baked beans, that's the maximum effect. So of course, my friend who works in a kitchen got the fucking like the foot tall, about a half a foot wide, like catering tins of baked beans, and we just ate them spoon by spoon, like cold, just spoonful after spoonful, cold beans without chewing, and it was like it got pretty difficult towards the end. But my God, they were right. The flatulence you get is so much worse. It's so much worse if you don't chew them. Obviously, you'd have to be a complete animal to not chew them, but yeah, still. What the fuck is over here? But yeah, just swallowing baked beans cold was pretty grim. Green beans, yeah. I mean, you've got pinto beans, you've got How many different kinds of bean are there? Black beans, kidney beans, pinto beans, green beans. Licking the bean. I mean, fava beans. I had his brain with a Chianti and some fava beans. God, fucking Hopkins. Absolutely fucking menacing actor when he wants to be. He wrote an opera and his family found out about it, so they got an opera to fucking perform it. And he didn't know. They were performing a different opera and then they just changed over to the opera that he had written. And it must have been quite a moment. For him, obviously. With some fava beans and a nice Chianti. I'll take them. But yes, maybe I need to get a full list of every kind of bean there is. But yeah, for ages I've been telling myself I'm going to get the slow cooker out and make a proper chili con carne. Like fry like several large frying pans, you know, 2 or 3 large frying pans worth of meat. Chuck them all in the slow cooker and then, you know, tin tomatoes, passata, shredded carrot, all sorts of stuff. Little bit of chili powder, of course. And yeah, just try and get a recipe for all the right ratios of everything.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Gets pretty dark out here, so be sure to watch your step.
Order completed.
Right. Cargo-wise, we've now got some materials. So we've still got some stuff for them. We're going past them. We're going past him. We're going... Okay, we could go there on the way to doing this order. So we're going up to the government base. We also need to go to the fucking plate gate, apparently. Get some cargo near there.
Well done.
So I might do that now, and then we can go past the government dude on the way back. Because the way we need to access the plate gate is a little bit more on this side. The more this way we can be when we start climbing, the easier it will be, because otherwise you got to go through all that nonsense. Oh, is that a mule post box still there? I can just... Does it just randomly fill itself with stuff? Slow cook on low heat or rice cooker also works. Yes, we do like the rice cooker. Perfect rice every time at the push of a button. Pretty good. Even sushi rice. As long as you wash the fuck out of the rice, like really properly wash the fuck out of the rice. Sushi rice in the rice cooker is fucking easy. Just chuck it in there with the right amount of water and push the button. You get a big old bowl of sticky rice. And you can make all kinds of lovely dishes. All manner of deliciousness. But yeah, so I was in the supermarket and I saw a packet of frozen shredded chicken that had been like fried. It was salt and pepper. They're by Diggers. Like salt and pepper shredded chicken. And yeah, it wasn't bad. Went in the air fryer for like 9 minutes. Job done. Honestly, I don't want to become like, you know, one of the air fryer cult, but yeah, it's definitely doing the fucking business. Right, where are you? Come here. Come here, you little fuck. Come here. Come here, you little fuck. Oh, shit. Just fucking trod on its tail to grab hold of it. We improve always. Buy meat and beans, peppers and chilies. Buy from the market with hands. Yes, yes, of course, yeah. You can get to a butcher's, but there's actually there's going to be a farmer's market. There was one the other day, and I didn't know what it was, but I've just received my renewal, my membership to the local art gallery, and they said that there's a farmer's market outside, and that's what it was. But yeah, I've got the date of when it's next on, so I can take a carrier bag and a bunch of actual cash, and I can buy a bunch of fresh produce there, and hopefully I can keep doing that. And hopefully that means it keeps happening, because yeah, having a farmer's market just down the road from me every couple of months, fucking quid's in for me, mate. And it also might allow me to speak to the farmers, and if they do deliveries and stuff, then it's fucking golden. Because yeah, I've been meaning to do that. I've been meaning to find some farms that do deliveries, because yeah, I could easily get a delivery of, you know, fresh eggs, you know, some fresh fruit and veg once a week or twice a month, you know, whatever it may be. The animators did such a good job, dudes. The Odradek has such a good personality, even though it's just this little like 4 or 5 pronged, flappy little lamp thing. Got so much personality. Look at this bridge at the very beginning of the game, 128,000 likes, even though it doesn't really do much. Two farmers up the street, one with meat and the other with a lot of potatoes and strawberries. Sounds good, dude. Yeah. Potatoes, carrots, green beans, strawberries, whatever they've got going. Anything that can avoid, you know, anything I can use to avoid spending money at the supermarket. Because supermarkets are fucking expensive, but they also have garbage quality usually, which is, you know, kind of annoying. Like, I don't mind the supermarkets being expensive if they're sort of going to the effort to get really good stuff. Oh, there's already a fucking, there's already a zip line here. Okay. So we just need to, hang on, let me just see, is there a zip line further down? No, there's no connecting line. Okay, so I think we need to finish that off. Finish that off with a PCC at some point. As I get older, cooking is therapeutic. It soothes my brain a lot. Yes, and you know what kind of ingredients you're getting. And there's a lot of things. There's lots of foods that I've come to treat as comfort foods, even though they're actually not too bad. They're not as unhealthy as you'd think, but you have to make them from scratch. What I do is I order them, and then when you order them and get them delivered, they're not anywhere near as good for you. You know, they still taste nice, and it's a nice... But yeah, once you get into the habit of making stuff from scratch, it's longer and it's more difficult, but it does also mean that you get a lot more of the benefits. So yeah, as I say, whilst we're here, I think it might be pertinent to hit up the plate gate. Left behind. Oh, yeah, okay, so hang on, I need to... Oh, one thing after another, isn't it, chat? One thing after another. Right, excuse me. Love to cook. Excuse me. Excuse me. Fucking throat couldn't make its mind up if it was going to cough or not, and then it did. Excuse me. But we'd never do it in a restaurant. I think cooking for people you know, and being able to put like a bit of passion and a bit of love in, and obviously only cooking for like 2, 3, 4 people at most, it's a lot more manageable. When you work in a restaurant, after a while, you just, it's difficult to keep the passion when you're cooking similar things for people you don't know, like 6 nights a week. It's it becomes a bit of a grind, and my hat goes off to people that are like 8, 9, 10 years deep in the culinary world, still working in the same restaurant after like 10 years. It's fucking difficult. Oh, I lost some cargo. Shit. Okay, so animals, I forgot the animals can't go through either.
Okay.
So I've got all these materials. Okay. So my bridge. Oh, is it this one? Oh no, it's been fixed. Okay, we don't need to be here. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I'm fucking losing my mind. We don't need to be here. So when was the last save? No. It was right there. And that was after I drove all the way up here. So yeah, I'm going to load that up because I want to see if I can take those materials with me to the other end of the map. So did we just put all of our stuff in the private? Did we just put... We got all this stuff. That in there. All this stuff for delivery. Okay, cool. So, but yeah, we're fine. We're fine. So the auto-save system is actually saving my ass quite a lot. So, let me just check my cargo. Do we have any PCCs? No. Typical. Okay, so there's a zip line up here. What we've got to do is try and pick up that zip line from down below, so we can go and fabricate one of them at the government body, or the government office, or whatever it is, the government person. We'll go and fabricate a PCC level 2. Recycle some bits that we don't need. And then we can skedaddle back to the other half of the map where we're actually doing stuff. 5-star a couple of people, hopefully, but also focus on doing a bit of story here and there, because I've kind of been sort of like in the groove delivering stuff, and I know that there's a story mission I can order for me to go and pick up, which is a story mission. And normally in a Kojima game that would mean like a long cutscene followed by, maybe 20 minutes to half an hour's worth of scripted gameplay, which I would love, I'm not complaining, followed by another cutscene quite often, which is fine. I love that sort of stuff. It doesn't bother me personally. But it does mean that I don't jump into a story mission in a Kojima game without being, left with nothing else to do. If I've got some other bits I want to accomplish, before I start looking at story, then I'll do that. But it just means that I end up doing loads and loads of side questy stuff, loads of like orders and deliveries and 5-starring people, even though I don't really need to. But I'm sort of a bit nervous to open up a bit of story. But a couple of times now I've left it till like, an hour before I finish stream and then chosen to do a bit of story, which is super dangerous. But all that said, the cutscenes in this one don't seem to be quite as long-winded, which I think some people will rejoice because they think that Kojima did too much with the cutscenes, but I actually kind of enjoyed how the game had like a good amount of pacing built in because of the cutscenes. You would have like a decent long cutscene where you could really relax and watch what was going on, and then you started playing. Whereas, you know, lots of games these days, the camera just changes, you get an in-game cutscene, and then you're straight back into gameplay. So you kind of never slow down or stop, which I know sounds like not the end of the world, but one thing to bear in mind is that in today's world, when you're thinking about pacing, SSDs are now kind of ubiquitous across multiple platforms, and as a result, loading screens are not only, you know, shorter, sometimes they don't even really exist. As we move forward and optimization becomes better and better, loading screens will cease to exist, and as a result, the pacing of your game, it's not just about the story versus the combat versus sort of like the quieter, slower sections versus the sort of, you know, high energy sections. It's now also about the fact that you don't really have to think. A loading screen is going to provide a sort of a nice break from all the action. It's going to slow things down, let the player go and make a cup of tea, answer a text message, go to the toilet. Those loading screens are sort of disappearing, and loading screen tips as well. So unfortunately, you've got to find another way to deliver that information if you need to. So yeah, it's an interesting shift in game design. But Sam barely says exactly the cutscene, but Sam barely says a fucking word. But yeah, the cutscenes seem to be a little bit like kind of lacking, and yeah, this auto drive thing is nice, but it like when I push the stick to the left, I kind of want it to let go a bit easier, but I suppose that would allow accidents to happen. But yeah, I feel like the cutscenes have been a little bit thin in this one, which is a shame because I like my cinematic cutscenes. I really, really like my well-scripted, well-designed, well-put-together scripted cutscenes. But I know other people have complained about them, and I don't think Kojima is the kind of creator that would pander to complaints from the users. I think if anything, you know, they would sort of see it as like a badge of honor, because I think they don't really, they're not here to do fan service. They kind of did with Metal Gear Solid 3, which ironically is being remade at this point in time, but by Konami, and Kojima doesn't work for Konami anymore. But yeah, he doesn't really do fan service, and it's strange because yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 was like pure fan service. It was pure fan service, and it was great, you know. And obviously after why did the auto drive just stop? Oh, we don't want to be going this way, do we? I mean, we do, but we don't. We do, but we don't. Oh, we don't deliver to that. We delivered to that? Then we got distracted. Yeah, we got distracted, chat. Bear with. Sorry, I'm fucking losing my mind here. Oh. It's just to stop here. I forgot after coming back down we have to go to the government, dude. Take away my loading screen, take away my P time, shaking my head. Yeah, this is it, is the like loading screen tips and loading screen design and that little break that you had built in, it kind of, yeah, it had a place. It was part of the experience, and albeit indirectly, but it was part of the experience. And like I say, when it comes to pacing a video game, you know, you can have a fucking ridiculous sequence with a loading screen that goes into another ridiculous sequence, and that loading screen has like the push X to continue, which is another sort of goated addition to the loading screen kind of meta. Loading screens that load the game, but then you have to push a button to actually go, so you don't boot into the game whilst you're in the toilet. Yeah, God bless them. And then the ability to skip tooltips, like the loading screen tips, you could skip to the next one if you've already read it. And yeah, you could put in little tidbits of information that were super handy just in case the player missed them, and it kind of caught a handful of people that missed out on learning that organically through the tutorialization. You would be like, you know, don't do this, do this, don't do this, do this, and you know, when you're doing this, don't forget to do this. And you could kind of help the player along a little bit with a bit of a loading screen tip. And obviously the Fallout game and Bethesda in general. Bethesda is its, but yeah, Fallout and Skyrim and a few others. The loading screen would have models from the game to sort of celebrate the models and how good they were. Because there's some really good models in those games. Yes, Sam doesn't say an awful lot, and the thing is, at this point, I don't think it's because in the past video games, because when Kojima chose Keith Sutherland to voice Solid Snake, apparently Keith Sutherland was charging like by the sentence or not by the word. I don't think it wasn't that bad, but they were charging per. It wasn't like a contract for. And obviously Kojima has tons of dialogue, so I think maybe they worked that out and they sort of, you know, set up a system where if you want all of this dialogue, you're going to pay for it if there's a lot of dialogue, which is why Solid Snake doesn't say very much in Metal Gear Solid 5. Or Venom Snake, whichever. I think it was Venom Snake. They don't say an awful lot because they couldn't afford it, and it's just sort of like, that's a fucking stupid choice. I'm sorry. Kojima is a bit of a genius in a lot of things, but wanting it to be Keith Sutherland so bad that you sacrifice the amount of dialogue the character can have as the main character, I don't know if I can agree with that, because David Hayter would have recorded every single line for the same price as, you know, whatever. We all know Hayter's an absolute gem, so.
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Always.
Cool. So have you got any deliveries for people that I know or like? So no. I think we're going there anyway. So yeah, I'm going to take that one, that one. This is so evident in this game. Someone was stingy. But yeah, like, I don't know, because the thing is, I feel as if Norman Reedus and Kojima and like the crew in general are sort of a bit more friendly this time around on the second project. And I feel as if a lot of the kind of, you know, unknown and apprehension that anybody would have had should be subsided by now. So I feel as if Norman Reedus was probably happy to record as much as needed. Because I imagine their contract, their fee is probably a lot higher this time round. I'm not going fast enough. Okay. We did manage to steal some bits off of them. But yeah, I sometimes worry that when it comes to like hiring expensive actors, because Troy Baker obviously is, you know, voice acting royalty, right? They've absolutely fucking crushed it time and time again in so many different roles. So this one needs some resins and some specialized. So yeah, we've got that stuff in our so I'll be making my way over here at some point to build that. Going over there to the Dow South. But okay, so I mean, what I might do. Shit, I think I've got some deliveries for this person. Okay. Let's go along here. But yeah, I feel as if Norman Reedus probably didn't charge too much for this one. But yes, regardless of the reasoning, it's one of the only real complaints I had about The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3, Geralt is a very sort of strong, silent type, but that made it very difficult to sort of like fall in love with and get to grips with them as a protagonist in a video game, because they basically just fucking grunt for yes or no a lot of the time. And I get that the strong silent type is like a stereotype or an archetype or a character type that has, you know, it has utility when you're using it in the right way within your narrative. It has a reason for being. So I get why they went with the stoic man of few words, you know, strong silent type. I get why they made that choice, but the outcome is you play through that game and it's just, you never really feel like you're getting to know or understanding Geralt as a character. And I hope The Witcher 4, I hope Ciri is a lot more vocal and a lot more, they have a lot more personality. And I feel as if they will. Based on what we learned about them in The Witcher 3, I think they'll probably have a good amount of personality. And the trailer showed them being a bit sassy with the locals in that village. So yeah, I'm hopeful we get a bit more of a chatty kind of protagonist that has a bit more to say, because that obviously makes the characters more interesting. Cat, do you need to do this? You didn't need to do that. So he just walked from that side of the room around here, jumped up on the sofa to jump past me back to that side of the room to sit on the back of the sofa on my left-hand side. I know what you're doing, Bubba. I know what you're doing. Trying to be the center of attention. So I don't think we really need to make any of these deliveries. I think we're okay. In the interest of not boring you guys to tears, I shall not pick up any orders we don't need. Love silent shoujo manga boys. Shoujo manga boys. But yes, I think that they can be characters within a story, but for the protagonist of a video game where you spend, you know, in a Witcher game, you know, if you're enjoying yourself, you could spend upwards of 150, 200 hours in a Witcher 3 playthrough if you're really loving it and doing all the side quests and everything. So yeah, for the main character to be so just quiet and just have so little to say, but that many hours of gameplay, it did kind of feel a bit, after a while, it did fight. Because the thing is, they could have been a man of few words, but they could have had more of an internal dialogue. I think an internal dialogue where the voice actor was paid to do some lines that they don't say out, the character doesn't say out loud, but they're sort of, you know, internal dialogue that you hear as the player. I feel as if that would have allowed us to understand a bit more about their emotional motivations, because yeah, they're kind of like, they barely say anything. And there was that moment in The Witcher 3 where you find that cabin after those dwarves tell you where it is, and you find her body, and his reaction is so, it's so subdued. And I just feel like that was the one time where he could have broken character, in the sense of doing something out of character, I mean, within the game's sort of story. Not like, oh, I've forgotten my lines, but I mean, like, he could have, like, wept and, like, you know, been suddenly just not been that strong silent type, you know, to really emphasize the emotion of what was going on, but just didn't. And I was like, damn. And the thing is, CDPR, they're really good at writing. Like, the writing is fucking exquisite. It's such a good story. So yeah, I was a bit confused why it didn't happen, but you know, it's just my preference, I suppose, for how a story should play out. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't find anything wrong with him in the game until I watched the Netflix series. So how many seasons was the Netflix? Because was that Cavill? Was Henry Cavill playing The Witcher? Because I think Cavill left because they weren't respecting the I think that was what happened. I think Cavill left because they weren't respecting the subject matter. And Cavill is like a diehard, you know, they respect the subject matter, so you know. So yeah, I think they walked. 2 seasons, okay, 2 seasons with them. See, third season, and Cavill did 2, and I watched half the first. I see. But yes, a few people told me there's some more emotional motivations as to why Geralt is like that in the first couple of games. So sorry, I keep doing this. Fucking t-shirt is completely fucked. Excuse me. I need to buy it. I need to adjust the design on this one and get a new one. So I'm going to be doing a version 2 of this one soon.
Found some of our missing stuff, did you?
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Yes, I'm doing Legend of Legends just to get the just to do the Legend of Legends deliveries. The stars are all good, so Although I remember when you got 5 stars, with a shelter in the previous game, you got like a little thing on your uniform. But obviously you can customize the uniform a lot more in this one. So, right, so I need a couple of PCC level 2s. Oh, not 77. Might grab 3. Everything else I think I'm okay for. Might have a pair of them as well. Right. So, cargo wise, we've got a couple. A couple for them. So we're going all the way to see that guy and the Dowser. But on the way, we could see these people as well. That would make sense. The Lone Commander we could split off to go and see real quick as well. Yeah, we're staying on this half of the map now. Cool. So, first port of call. We're going to go up the road to deliver that and then deliver that. We're going to go from the animal shelter. We're going to go over here once we're up there and see if we can pick up that one of those zip lines. Oh, there's one there. Dude, that's not a fucking good place for a zip line. People start putting them in stupid places. It's got 500,000 likes. Are you fucking kidding me? That's not a good place. It's not, because... okay. You need to get... You were right here, dude. Surely, if I can put one here, and then we can get one, like here, we're laughing. But anyway, so we're going out of here, and then up the road. But yes, I don't think Geralt in The Witcher 3 was like a bad character. I feel like I didn't really get to know them that well, which was a shame. I feel like it would have been nice for them to sort of, you know, yes, they could be a bit standoffish and not say much to some people, but then you get that, because I think that sometimes when characters have like characteristics that they never break, they start to feel a bit one-sided. And when a character is, you know, a certain way with one person, but then you see them act a different way with another person, it kind of gives them that contrast, that bandwidth, you know, of emotional kind of, you know, response. And that I really enjoy that. I like it when a character can be more than one, you know, because it reinforces the concept that actually, you know, just because somebody acts this way to one character doesn't mean they're that way with everybody. You know, people are a lot more multi-dimensional than that, and it's kind of a bit one-dimensional to just, you know, not show that. So yeah, I like the characters that have the ability to sort of be very kind and compassionate and loving to some characters, but a bit more sort of distance with others, and you learn their motivations for that, and it gives them a bit more of a sort of a character type as a whole, rather than just that's the good guy, that's the bad guy, that's the funny one, that's the anxious one, that's the pessimist, that's the optimist. You know, they have like one character trait that is just their entire personality. And there are people like that in real life. There are people like that have seen a character in a TV show and they make it their entire personality. And it's like, if that's what makes you happy, fine, but there's more to you than that. Whether you give it the light of day or not is up to you, but there's more to you than that sometimes. More to them than that. But then again, I'm not one to judge. I'm not here to tell people how to live their lives. Anyway, we have got an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Unaccepted or welcomed in the period of time, so I see why he wasn't social. And yes, yeah. I think, yeah, obviously towards the public who kind of despise them because they're a symbol of the mess that... But the thing is, as the story goes, it was the general public that fucked up with magic, and the witches are there to fucking clean up the mess. But obviously, yeah, they're a reminder of what happened. But yeah, I can see that for sure. But also, I feel like even speaking with other witches and speaking with people that they were connected to, they just, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could have been a bit more sort of, you know, they could have had a bit more depth to their character. But maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, that's going to start in a second, dudes. I'll be right back. But I like the fact that we can walk around with the magnifying glass, because I want to try and like set fire to something. Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go. We should get the backstab for free this time. Means we get a free R2 as well. And then while he's recovering, we get a free R1. Excuse me. Excuse me. How very dare you? Have you checked the jump scare setting? Got to make sure that's on. They soften them otherwise.
Stop.
You guys know what they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway. Okay, do you know what? Yeah, okay. So hang on a second, because yeah, this boss feels like unbelievably obtuse and difficult to try and fight normally. So let me see what the parry's like. Fuck you, game. Oh. Finished him up by stabbing him in the anus. We'll take it. We'll take it. You got to take what you can get, even if it is in the anus. Claymores are yeah, I mean claymores count as traps, right? Fuck. So you see what I mean, chat? You see? I'm Breadcrumbs, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dance? You remember when they, excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Excuse me. But yeah, do you remember when they changed Dino Dance and everybody was fucking livid? So they changed it back. Fucking memes. So, out of interest, I want to just quickly, go to this terminal. Surely we can't just pick up the monorail. Surely not. Nah, we can just. Okay. Okay, so it's still mostly there. Yes, I can see how obviously the world, or just the society in general, kind of pariahing pariahing witches because they, excuse me, fucking throat, dudes. It's like kind of blocked, kind of like gonna break my voice up, but then kind of fine, but then suddenly it's not. It's so infuriating. But yeah, I suppose I can see, because society pariahs them, they've sort of, you know, learned to keep themselves to themselves. But those are buildings. This is why we can't be driving around at night, chat, because we completely miss. Yeah, these were buildings at some point. Okay. But yes, that would explain why they're so sort of, you know, quiet and don't really speak too much to the general public, because the general public are fucking horrible to them. But yeah, I still feel like in a certain places with Siri and Tris and my memory, I can't remember the two. There was the older Witcher that Geralt learned from that ends up dying and gets the Viking burial, which was heartbreaking. It's such a beautiful moment. Beautiful, tragic, but beautiful, right? The send-off they gave it. And then there's the other Witcher that helps you defend Castle Morn. Fuck, it's been a long time. Not played that game for a while. Collecting chips from the previous game. The memory chips, yes. But obviously in this one, you get songs because of cutscenes and stuff. And yeah, I must admit, at this point, I'm really enjoying it, but I don't feel like it's hitting as hard creatively as the first game. I'm going to be honest. I feel like the first game was a little bit more focused in its art direction, and there weren't quite as many things going on, and that kind of suited it better in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. And just because I'm a live streamer doesn't make my opinion any more valid than anyone else's. It's one thing that a few people have, because occasionally I'll talk about, you know, my feelings on a game or a subject or a topic, and people think I'm one of those really arrogant internet celebrity people or wannabes that thinks I'm right all the time, and I'm not. You know, I have opinions and I'm happy to chat about them. But yeah, for fuck's sake, how the fuck do we get down there without dying? How did that not damage our goods? Deary me.
You're mine.
Wait, what? Brett has opinions. Unfollowed, unsubbed, reported, blocked. How dare streamer opinion? Because yeah, this is the thing, is that I've seen some backlash where people have said that streamers are ruining gaming because they criticize games and then people don't play them. And it's like, well, no, that's projecting. I'm sorry. Like if somebody criticizes a game and you let them influence you because of their social status, because of their appearance of being an influencer, if you allow other people to manipulate your opinion out of doing something, that's on you, brother. You know, you have free will. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't accept this sort of like streamers are ruining gaming. It's like, I'm sorry, no. You know, streamers are playing video games, creating spaces for people that like those video games, you know, creating communities and doing all sorts of good stuff. Don't get me wrong, there are definitely toxic streamers out there. I've met a handful of them. But yeah. Sit here and listen to some streamers' opinions, but I won't just blindly. Well, this is it. Is yeah, the worst one. Because the thing is, people say, "Oh, streamers are ruining gaming because you know they're playing the game like 7 hours a day for a job, and it means that we can't keep up with them. They unlock everything before we even get a chance because we have to work a normal job." And it's like, well, I'm sorry, that's just a fucking skill issue. You know, like, take it seriously and dedicate some time to it. You know, but you can't criticize them for being better than you at the game. That's just fucking, that's bullshit. But But yeah, the one that I saw the other day was some kid saying like, oh yeah, it was 5-6 years ago this game came out. Streamers said it was terrible, so I didn't play it. You know, I decided to give it a go, and it's really good. So you've got to be careful. These streamers are ruining gaming. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You just don't know what your own taste is, and you let someone else tell you what to do. This is 100% on you. And it feeds into this whole kind of like really petty sort of like, you know, bitchy attitude towards video games that a lot of people on the internet have these days. Lots of people absolutely drag every game. And it's like, do you know what? I think you're just kind of depressed. And when games don't make you feel happy, you think that's because the game is bad. But I think you just lead a very depressing life. And I don't say that lightly. You know, I have been there. I have played games and not really enjoyed them that much, but I've played through them to see the story through. And then years later, when I'm much less depressed, I've watched people play them and felt, oh, I could go back and play that. And I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I think that very important to try and be magnanimous when you're judging a creative piece of work. Because don't get me wrong, some people out there make they're very lazy in the way that they make video games, and they're very lazy in the way they make music, or very lazy in the way they make films. They're just trying to cash in on trends, and that's just always been the case. But yeah, sometimes I'll play something and I'm like, damn, this really isn't hitting. But rather than projecting and blaming the game, I'll be like, I'm just not very happy at the moment. And this is sadly the same argument for the whole, like, you know, they need to remake this game, they need to remake this game. I'm sorry, kiddo. The bottom line is, when they remake that game and it doesn't make you feel like a child again, which it won't, I'm sorry, it won't. But when they remake that game and it doesn't make you feel like a child again, you're going to fucking drag it in every fucking review section and on social media, make all the developers feel really bad, leave really fucking facetious reviews because they've ruined something that was sacred to you. All because you didn't feel like a child when you played it. And I'm sorry, you don't want that remade game. You want to feel like a child again. You want to feel that carefree and that happy and that emotionally stable and that carefree. That's what you want. You want something that reminds you of that because you think that's going to sort of put you back in that mindset. You want to feel that way again. But I'm sorry, video games just don't hit as hard as you get older. Or different video games will hit in different ways. And that's just it. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, a remake is not just going to be like the perfect game because it's scary, dudes. Like the fucking screenshots I've seen of comments and like reviews and threads of discussion about remakes. Some fan bases, I mean, lots of fan bases, but yeah, some are so fucking bad. Some of them are so precious over their fucking game that they just, you know, the second anybody tries to like do anything with the franchise, they fucking descend on them. And I heard about Silent Hill 2 when that game was remade and some other games got made. They were sending the wife of the director of some of the... So Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 was the original Team Silent. Then the original Team Silent ended up working on something else. So they handed over Silent Hill as a franchise to the US division of Konami. And this... I can't remember his name. Somebody Wheaton? But yeah, anyway, this guy took over as the director of the new Silent Hill games. And his wife was receiving death threats. And it's just like, are you fucking serious? Like, come on. You know, you can say that you haven't respected the subject matter. You can point out where they haven't done a good job of, you know, maintaining the art direction and the brand and the thesis and the logic of the series. You can talk about the creative ways that they haven't sort of, you know, emulated the embodying factors and, you know, themes of the previous games. You can go into all the semantics about how creative work is designed and structured. But yeah, you can't be fucking sending somebody's wife death threats. You've got to be fucking kidding me. At that point, your opinion is completely invalid. I'm sorry. But yeah, the fact that people that end up directing games have to fucking warn their families to make all their social media private. It gets to the point where I'm like, you know what? You fucking sad little clowns don't deserve remakes. You don't deserve it. I'm sorry. You know, there's like 1,000,001 fucking brilliant games coming out. all the time. Loads of brilliant little indie games. And yes, some of them only last 20 minutes, some of them only last 12 hours, some of them only last 20 hours, but there's like 100 of them, like every year. And just fucking play more indie games, play different stuff. Don't bitch and moan constantly about there not being any good games and why this game needs to be remade because other games have got remakes and you think you deserve a remake. And then when the remake comes out, you fucking drag it, you review bomb it, you fucking absolutely destroy people in the fucking comment section, and then you wonder why people won't do remakes and why they won't fucking do new projects and why they fucking bury IPs. I'm sorry, it pisses me off. Hated Death Stranding from watching streams, so when it's free on PS Plus I played it and loved it. Getting mad over a game, I was just sad. It's just a sad way of living. Yeah, and like I say, I deep down I think it's the depression. I think people are a lot more depressed than they really sort of realise. And I know that obviously, you know, saying I'm fine, it is a defence mechanism that actually does work for some people. So I'm not trying to get people to be 100% aware of the fact that they're depressed, because that could make them worse, and I don't want to do that. But yes, I think sometimes you have got to fucking say to yourself, there's no good music, there's no good games, there's no good films, maybe you don't enjoy them, my friend. Maybe there's some stuff you need to approach with a professional to try and unpick why you feel so sort of negative towards things. Because don't get me wrong, I've been there. I have been there. I have been that guy buying game after game after game and just not feeling anything, and dating person after person after person and not feeling anything, and doing, you know, drug after drug after drug, and drink after drink after drink, and gig after gig after gig, and party after party after party, and film after film after film, and album after album after album, and just not feeling fulfilled by anything. And you have to be magnanimous, and you have to realize sometimes there is something not quite right with the chemical balance in your body, and that needs to be addressed in some way, shape or form, whether it's therapy, whether it's seeking medical advice and getting some sort of antidepressants or something. But yeah, you have to see the warning signs, and you have to take action and actively figure out that actually it's nothing to do with the quality of the creative output that you have access to from other artists or other people. Your brain is currently not doing its job very well, and as a result your emotions aren't regulated very well, and as a result you're unable to feel good. And the absence of good can often just feel bad, even though there should technically also be an absence of bad. The numbness and the emptiness and the sort of indifference you feel towards everything can definitely feel like some form of sadness, even though you're not necessarily sad. The sort of the suffocating indifference that you feel is the only way I can describe what I had, was this kind of stifling indifference to everything. Like everything is, you know, everything feels like a 3 out of 10. Everything feels like shit. It's just everything. And even if on paper somebody was able to, you know, telepathically read your mind and make a game which should, on paper, absolutely blow you away, the chemical balance in your brain would prevent you from feeling the dopamine that would make you feel that way about that piece of work. And that's unfortunately just how it is. Heartbreaking, it's unfair at times, but you've got to try and not blame the media. You've got to not blame the newspapers, media, but don't blame the game. Don't blame the album. Don't blame the drugs. Don't blame the alcohol. You know, blame the chemical imbalance in your brain and figure out how to approach it, because you deserve to be happy and you deserve to enjoy things. I don't want to come down on anyone. I don't want to seem like I'm coming down on anyone, but you deserve to be happy. You deserve happiness just like the next person. And sometimes we get a bit confused about where our happiness comes from, and sometimes that's due to all of the hard work people put in to try and manipulate you into feeling like you need the latest BMW and the latest watch and the latest fucking phone and the latest fucking, you know, whatever it is they're trying to fucking sell you, because that'll solve all your fucking problems. But no, it's an internal thing, and you've got to not internalize things and pathologize things, but you've got to approach that stuff, but do it with a professional. If you're scared and you're worried, get medical help. Approach it with a professional. There's no shame in it at all. And if anyone tells you there is shame in it, tell them to go fuck themselves from me. Because, yeah, that's not the right attitude.
Didn't expect you to waltz in with this.
Now displaying your current Porter 3.
You deserve to be happy. And if being happy involves going to a therapist to figure out what it is that makes you happy and what it is in your life that you don't realize is making you sad and how to go about changing that and altering the balance, then so be it. But you deserve to be happy and you deserve to be here. But yes, I'm going off of what you said when you watch someone play Death Stranding, and it's kind of like, to watch, it's not the most exciting thing in the world. But when you play it and you get to feel the atmosphere firsthand, it does hit a bit different. And what's strange is I've played games that I know I love. I played Alien Isolation for the second time on stream. Played it the first time, I played offline. The second time I played it, I played it a couple of times offline. And I played it again on, on my computer with a mouse and keyboard. And the controls on a mouse and keyboard didn't feel as good. And because I already knew what was going to happen in the story, it didn't hit as hard. So I don't feel like playing it on stream, it just didn't hit as hard. But obviously, streaming a game, I can't fully immerse myself in the game because it would be rude to you guys. Even though I'd love to, I wouldn't say anything to you guys, and that would be, kind of unfair of me. Chatting to you guys is one of my main hobbies, so I'm not gonna. So have we got a road? This road goes over here. Okay, so I think I kind of want to go this way. But yeah, we really need to get that unlocked. And also, also there's a road here, and there's a bunch of bad guys. But I've just got a new bowler gun toy, so have I got a bunch of metals and stuff in my truck? I think I have. Yeah, I've got some ceramics. But not that much metals. Okay, so I mean, I could check what I need, but at the same time, whatever. But yes, playing a game on stream and playing a game offline can definitely. And I was in two minds. I was in two minds about playing this offline. But I feel like there's going to be so many amazing cinematic moments and so many twists and turns and so many goofy moments and everything. I thought I can't hide this from people. I want to share this with people, and I want people to see my playthrough. So, that's my second Krill stream today. Yes, Krill was live earlier today. They were playing a bit of Battlefield 3, which it was so good to see Battlefield 3 again. And they were playing Death Stranding, but I had to go and get some lunch. When I came back, they were playing something else. I don't think Death Stranding was working for. I think they're playing it on PC, and I think the controls were a bit much to remember. Which is a shame because, yeah, I really, 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 really enjoyed Death Stranding. And I must admit, this game isn't hitting quite as hard. And I think that might be down to the fact that it's a sequel, and it's difficult for sequels to really hit as hard as somebody... I think somebody's finished this road. I think somebody's already finished the road off for us, chat. I think somebody's finished off this road for us. So I'm going to leave my truck underneath this... this shelter. Oh, it'll do it. GG road. Yes. I thought I was going to have to build this whole fucking section of road again. So I need to make sure I've got my. So those are. So let me just check what I've got equipped. So we've got combat gloves level 1, so I'm going to swap those with the ones I've got here. Bonus stun gun, I will pop that on my backpack. I think that's it. Yes, I definitely feel like the realism, the reality is that I think a lot of people are desperate for a game to make them feel like happy and carefree and everything again. And yeah, like a game probably just doesn't have that effect these days. You know, you're gonna have to get an absolutely perfect game that's designed specifically for your demographic, like really specifically for your demographic, which just isn't likely these days because games need to cover such a big budget. They need to cover such a big expenditure because they're so fucking massive. AAA games have like hundreds and hundreds of employees working on them for like several years. You know, you're looking at 20-ish grand. Oh shit! Excuse me. You're looking at like 20 grand a person minimum. For like several years. It's an awful lot of expenditure, so that game's going to have to sell to a lot of people, and to sell to a lot of people it's going to have to appeal to a lot of people, and to appeal to a lot of people it's going to have to stretch itself between many different kinds of expectation. And unfortunately when that happens, it can't be perfectly refined to work for you and your preferences. So in the process the game feels like a bit of a letdown in places, because unfortunately it's just unavoidable. Going. There as well, okay. Oh shit, I was about to vault over that, but actually there isn't a... That's like a completely different part of the building, okay. But yeah, it's hard, because the thing is people are like, oh, Bloodborne remake. I'm like, dude, Bloodborne is so perfect as it is. I just don't think they could do it justice. I don't think you can catch lightning in a bottle twice. And I worry that they would find so many things that need to be so perfect that even just trying to recreate what they made, I think that a patch to make it run at 1080-60 on PlayStation 5 is probably the best way to go, because I think if you tried to remake anything, you've got to license all the music again, which I'm not sure they can do because the person that made the music no longer works for FromSoft. Sony probably licensed it from FromSoft or from them via FromSoft as a subsidiary or as a client or a contractor, because they worked for, they probably made the music for the game as part of the project Sony had signed on to. So yeah, there's all kinds of fucking legality and stuff sometimes, and yeah, I just, on top of all that, even if they could make it happen, it's just I've seen the best intentions still fuck up and not quite make a product that does the original justice, and then you have this crappy remake that people sort of point to, and it means that another remake will never get done. Because they tried it, they spent a bunch of money and it didn't earn a lot of money back. And yeah, it kind of blacklists a decent remake from ever being made because one bad one got made. So it's kind of like, again, I don't want to sound petty, but if a remake's going to happen, it needs to happen in the right way, with the right people, at the right time, with the right budget. There's just a lot of things to consider. And yeah, you don't get it right. You don't get it right, the price you pay. The loss of faith from the fans. As we all know, video game enjoyers can be incredibly difficult to please, but also you can break their trust and they'll never spend money with your company again. And it's, yeah, there's a lot on the line. Like I know for a fact that for a long time, I was very adverse to spending any money on anything that may have paid Konami in any way, shape, or form, because they kind of, you know, tried to trample and sort of stifle Kojima, and they got rid of them. And then on top of that, the Silent Hill series just got fucking mishandled. So I wasn't one of those people, obviously, in the comments or anything, but I obviously was a bit apprehensive about, you know, money making its way into the hands of Konami, because, to be honest, Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid were two franchises that, you know, were pillars of my childhood gaming experience. They were experiences that I'll remember.
Tomorrow 888 says,
forever.
"Oh, pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. I following breadcrumbs and I following breadcrumbs and then I ended up here."
Welcome in, Dennis. Oh, it's tomorrow, sorry. So it was below Dennis's comment, sorry. Tomorrow, welcome in. But yeah, remakes are such high risk that unless you know, without a shadow of a doubt, you know 100% you've got all of your ducks in a row, you've got all the right people with all the right skills and all the right time to do the job. Because sometimes there'll be a remake and the people that made the original are in charge, but they've only got 8 months or something, or they've got 2 years, 3 years, but their budget is fucking ridiculous, and it's just it's just sort of like, dude, like, this is just not how things should get done. And it's a sensitive subject, it's a sensitive task. It needs the time and the effort and the respect to make sure it's done properly. And yeah, too many times a remake or a restoration happens and it's just a complete fucking disaster. So there was a remaster of Kingpin, which was a shooter game from back in the day that got massively overshadowed by Half-Life, unfortunately. But it was a pretty cool shooter. I had a copy of it. It was actually pretty cool. But yeah, they did a remaster, or like an HD project, and yeah, they kind of fucked it up. There's loads of problems with it. And it's kind of like, at times, it's just sort of like, well, just play the original, you know? You may as well just play the original. The side-by-side comparisons, it's like significantly, like objectively worse on the remake, and it's like they've sort of taken things that were perfectly fine before and they've made them worse because they didn't understand how the game worked, probably. Because yeah, like I say, you need the people with the expertise, you need the people with the time and with the passion to do it properly. Yeah. Everyone said they'll never buy Konami, and the moment Silent Hill comes out, they forget about it, and the Gamer Boycott is a joke. Yeah, and like I said that I wasn't going to buy anything from Konami, like new games or anything. Right. Oh, I can get him in the truck, okay. Oh, I can get him as well. There we go. Here everything's going fine, yeah. No, I remember... Oh. You're telling me it's safe? You're telling me it's safe? And there's another guy there. Very naughty game, very naughty. Oh my god, it's not the first time this has happened. Sam, please, Sam. For goodness sake. It's not the first time this has happened. I've had the all clear, but then suddenly some more enemies show up. Or is it just the crystals? It's just the crystal meth we need. Here everything is going fine. I'm glad to hear it tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by again. I appreciate you, dude. But yeah, no, I remember they said they were going to remake Silent Hill 2, and that trailer dropped, and I was like, whoa, that looks pretty different, dudes. That looks pretty different. And then another trailer dropped, and it looked way more like the original. I was like, okay. And it's difficult because, yeah, I don't want to give Konami any money, but at the same time, if it means we're going to get remakes of games that are done properly, is it the lesser of two evils? because if obviously everybody responded badly to the slow decline of the kind of games that were using the IP. But then when they made the remake, everybody was back on. Everybody was back on board, right? So I kind of feel like if we continue to reinforce the idea that remakes will do well, they'll sell well, they'll just start remaking all of the classic games again, which is obviously not, like I say, it's a bit of a risk. However, if they remake the Silent Hill games in Unreal Engine like they did with Silent Hill 2, it then becomes much easier for the modding community and the community in general to then take the torch. And that's kind of what's happened with the previous games. So the previous games were ported to PC, albeit not very well. But obviously over time, PlayStations and CRT monitors, CRT TVs have become less and less easy to get hold of, less and less common. And as a result, playing Silent Hill 2 on a PlayStation 2 became more and more difficult. So there's a team of people that did the high definition project, or whatever it was called, Silent Hill 2 high definition. I can't remember what it was called. And they did an absurd amount of work, and the HD version that they made of Silent Hill 2, that's a modification for the PC version, is fucking absolutely brilliant. It's like the perfect way to play the game. It's literally a perfect way to play the game, in my opinion. I played through it on stream, and it was fucking brilliant. All the visual effects, all of the audio, all of the cutscenes, everything was just right, and it was a passion project. And I feel bad not being able to tell you guys, Mouse, where are you? Tell you guys what it was. Silent Hill 2. Oh, it's enhanced edition. Sorry. It's enhanced edition. Excuse me. Oh my god, I hate computers. So yes, anybody that's thinking of playing Silent Hill 2, get yourself a copy of the Windows version of the game. You can go to this website and it'll tell you. But yeah, the amount of work these dudes have done, like all of this is their work so far. But yeah, like the fidelity of what they've done, it's like it's the original game, just in like sharper resolution with sharper textures. All of the effects have been maintained, and yeah, it's just a slightly nicer way of playing the game. It's like just enough, because that was obviously missing in the original, or it was missing in the PC game. But they've managed to fix basically all of the PC problems. So you can see that railing in the window. That was obviously just a texture, but they've gone in and modeled that in 3D, because you can actually see it on modern displays and stuff. So they've gone in and they've modeled things to make them look still true to the original. They're very, very good at staying within, they're very good at sort of keeping things on par with the art direction. But yeah, I think I played through it and it was, basically faultless. Yeah, I can't recommend that version enough for fans of the original. Nutsack, welcome in. How's it going? Good to see you. Hope everyone is well. I'm very well. Very well. Yeah, nice and cozy. My cat's fast asleep. My new vacuum cleaner replacement arrived, and my new vacuum cleaner is significantly more smart than my previous one. It means I can do rooms at certain times of day. It mops the floor and everything. It's really clever. So it saves me tidying up the floor as much, and also I can have it go off at certain times of day to stay out of my way, which is super handy. Never played Death Stranding 1. I'm not sure if I should play Death Stranding 1. How Kojima made that Metal Gear games. Was also in Cyberpunk as a cameo. I would definitely give Death Stranding 1 a go. I really appreciated it. I really, really appreciated Death Stranding 1. And I was saying this earlier to a few other people that have just started playing it. The thing about Death Stranding 1 is, in a world where, I don't want to be dramatic, but in a world where we're constantly bombarded with notifications and high scores and pop-ups and, NPC dialogue, just games constantly have to jingle. So when I say jingling my keys, I mean they're constantly trying to get your attention, right? And it does get very overwhelming. It for me, it gets very, very overwhelming, and I feel like it doesn't need to be that way. I feel like it's actually like kind of annoying, and lots of games are guilty of it. And unfortunately, the bottom line is they do a focus group where they have a bunch of kids of various ages come and try a game, and they make a note of when people lose focus and lose interest and stuff, and they allow that to govern how they're gonna sort of, you know, how they're gonna pace out the moments of silence in between things happening. And unfortunately, because of TikTok, young people have very, very splintered, very, very sort of fractured attention spans. So you can keep their attention, but you have to keep re-engaging with them on a regular basis to make sure that you haven't lost their attention. And unfortunately, films and video games have now fallen into this trap where, like I say, they've done a focus group. They've noticed that kids lose attention they lose focus very easily. So now the game or the film will constantly be doing something all the time because they don't want to lose that person's focus. And for me, as somebody that really enjoys a film that knows how to use silence and empty space and dead air, as some people call it, to emphasize things, when I watch a modern film or play a modern game, and it's constantly just an onslaught of like attention grabbing stuff, it fucking drives me nuts. I can't fucking do it. And maybe it's me getting old, because I am old, you know, for video games that is. But yeah, I feel like it sort of feels like there's a lack of trust when placing the idea of having empty space and time. Sorry, this is going on a lot. I'm struggling to explain this. What I'm trying to say is, modern video games are constantly like, hey, look at this, 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 hey, look at this, look at this, look. Whereas Death Stranding is like, enjoy. That's what I'm trying to say, is that Death Stranding is not constantly trying to re-engage your attention. It's not constantly trying to distract you proactively from distractions. It's not constantly trying to arrest your attention span, and there's something very, very respectable about that. Krill, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. How's it going? Stop hitting us. How confused is your cat? He's fast asleep. He's fast asleep. He does not care. He's fast asleep, bless him. So, almost built this road as well. But Krill, good to see you, dude. Nice to hang out in your stream earlier. We were talking about that. Dennis was saying that they managed to catch their first ever Krill stream, and I was like, GG's, dude. But yeah, it was nice to see Battlefield 3 again.
I don't recognize that device over there. Proceed with caution.
Oh, is that a fucking scanner? Stop right there, mate. Okay, you want 600. Battlefield 3 shit game, Death Stranding shit game because it crashed. Well, I don't know, man. I think maybe your PC isn't very happy. But yeah, it was a shame because you were playing Death Stranding and I had to pop out to get some lunch. And when I came back, you were playing something else. I was like, oh damn, maybe they didn't enjoy it very much. But yeah, I was just saying, in a world of AAA games that are just constantly jingling their keys in your face to try and keep your attention, Death Stranding is just, it goes hands off, and it's not afraid to use silence, it's not afraid to use empty space or dead air to just let the player soak in the atmosphere and marinate in the atmosphere. And I really respect that, because I love atmospheric games. I love games that use environmental storytelling well to try and sort of reinforce the narrative of the characters. You know, you've got an environment that then feeds into the characters and the way they behave, and then when they behave, the environment can react to that. And when it's done right, you just get this sense that you're sort of, you know, you're looking at a story or experiencing a story that's from a real place. Not just, you know, this is a video game about the Wild West, or this is a video game about space, or this is a video game about living in a city, and it's just, that's it. It's very one-dimensional, very sort of, you know, insincere. It's just kind of the flavor of the week. So, yeah. Right, so we're going to go dump a bunch of stuff because there's a mine here, but also there's a few post boxes that's probably got a bunch of stuff in them. So it says we're heavily loaded, but I'm not sure if I believe that. We have got a lot of stuff. Excuse me, I've touched my nose now and it's... Excuse me. Because it crashed. It's fine, crashing, but it crashed, so I was back to 45 minutes ago, so I've rage quit. Shouldn't crash over GeForce 4080 and Intel i9. Even my half-melted 1060 can run Death Stranding. 13900, what it's called. It's 2 years. Yeah, that's strange, dude. That's strange. Because I remember checking with you. Did you do that microcode update? There was an Intel microcode update, and that might be partially some of the stability. So yeah, we've got to go down this road and empty our truck because we've got too much stuff. Yeah, the thing is, if you haven't done the microcode update, I can't really suggest anything else because I think that is a stability thing. And if you're getting crashes, it might be because you're on the 1300 series. Because yeah, sadly, under sustained load, which a video game would be, but then again, if you've got a 13900K, no game should even really be doing anything. It shouldn't even really be touching it, to be honest. Every tutorial says that, yeah, the one I used, you have to put the update on a USB stick. The USB stick has to be a certain size, has to be formatted a certain way. So I had to buy a fucking 4GB USB stick, which is just a complete waste of time because nothing is 4GB anymore. So even though the 4GB thumb drive, you could only buy them in packs of like 3. So I had to buy 3, and basically nothing is 3GB or whatever, 4GB anymore. Everything is like 6 or 7. So those USB sticks are kind of pointless. But I had to have them so I could put the update on there. Then you've got to go into the BIOS and do it through there. But obviously you've got to do it specifically for your manufacturer, the motherboard manufacturer, because yeah, it's obviously a microcode update to a CPU. So yeah, you don't want to get it wrong, obviously. But I don't know if you've only had it for 2 years. I don't know what the warranty is on your CPU. But if the warranty covers it, you know, if you want to do if the warranty covers the CPU update going wrong, then you're golden. But yeah, ready built PC for £4,000. I went, yeah, this is it. This is it. If you've paid somebody to build it, I would probably be speaking to them and say, listen, this keeps fucking crashing. You need to do a full reinstall of all the software, or you need to double check the hardware and make sure it's correct. We can't store very much. On the Magellan, because unfortunately, so those special alloys, they're going to go in the monorail. So put that away. Oh no. So what we could do is we could go and put all of the special alloys into the monorail tracks that we find. We could do that. The builders are fuckers. Yeah, it's a shame, dude. That is a shame. But yeah, if you spent 4 racks on a fucking 13900 and a fucking 4080, you know, your build's probably, you know, a little bit sharper than mine. So yeah, I feel like you should be able to play most things. Because yeah, I've been able to play most things and stream most things. Oh shit, did we... Oh yeah, so the monorail we're looking at is the one... Shit, it's over there. Fucking hell, it's quite far. So we want to go up here because there'll be some monorails. Yeah, there's one here that wants That one wants a few thousand, wants 1,000 something. So yeah, we need to get over here basically. So we are currently here. So we could use this road. And then, yeah, we could just turn off the road, couldn't we? When we go up here, we could just turn off the road. Yeah, cool. So we've got a road there, that's fine. But yeah, if I was you, with a brand new system like that, that's only a couple of years old, I would probably back up everything that can't be replaced, and I would do a complete reinstall of everything. Like completely format the hard drive, reinstall Windows, reinstall the GPU drivers, reinstall the, you know, everything. We've already done that. Yeah, dude. The trouble is I can't suggest anything else other than doing the microcode update, because, yeah, I don't know, dude. To me, it sounds like you're gonna have to do that microcode update. I think. Cool. Yeah. To me, it seems as if that's the last thing on the list. Works better, but still there. Yeah, so it seems as if there's an instability because the CPU's microcode update needs to, because the thing is, Windows and a few other things they will expect you to have done the microcode update. So unfortunately, I think that's going to be the case, dude. So I would look up a bunch of tutorials and see if you can find one. I mean, go to the manufacturer of your motherboard's website and see if the manufacturer's website has a tutorial for your motherboard or all of its motherboards, because that's the BIOS you'll be using, is because that'll be on the motherboard itself. So yeah, I would recommend going to the manufacturer's website to find a tutorial that, you know, works for that. If not, you have to go on YouTube and look for microcode update blah 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 motherboard, because yes, I know the BIOS can be slightly different for different manufacturers. So I appreciate the anxiety you have of doing a microcode update on an expensive item like a CPU. But yeah, I was nervous, but I had to do it because a few people have said that, yeah, if you're streaming and playing a game for a long period of time, you probably won't. It's going to be for like render farms and stuff, but streaming and playing a game at the same time, over the years, you might end up playing games that are a lot more heavy on the CPU for some reason, or OBS might become very CPU intensive for some reason. And you won't know that it's cooking your CPU, and it does permanent damage. It doesn't just crash and then it's fine when you turn it back on again. It does permanent damage, and then your CPU will be permanently nerfed. And if you've spent a bunch of money on a fucking 13700K, there's no point nerfing it down to a 13600 or 5 or whatever, you know. There's no point nerfing it down to a worse CPU over an update. Brown, yeah, it sounds like the CPU's not happy, dude. I would really look into doing that microcode. I know it's a pain. I know it's a pain in the arse, and it's kind of scary. But yeah, it seems to me like that might be the main issue, because obviously, yeah, it's annoying and it's a pain in the arse and it's scary. But so is playing a video game and it crashes right before you get to a save point, and it keeps happening over and over again. So I appreciate what you're saying, dude, but yeah, I think, unfortunately, it's just going to have to happen at some point. But yes, what I did was I went to the manufacturer's website. I went to Asus's, I think it's Asus's ROG Strix, I think it's Asus. And there was a link to the download and a little tutorial there, so I knew exactly. But yeah, I mean, also double check if your motherboard has a BIOS flashback. Because if you can learn how to use your BIOS flashback, well, I suppose the CPU is still going to be bricked, isn't it? So, yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's going to have to happen, dude. If you get, otherwise, you're just going to keep getting crashes. It's just eventually it's going to do your fucking head in. But yeah, if your CPU suddenly spiking to 99%, sounds like it probably needs an update. Don't like the quirk holograms. It makes me. Yes, yeah, you think you're about to hit. Yeah. And also, like, just getting the model of the character as a hologram to use on things kind of feels like, you know, for 5 stars, I would have thought something, you get something a bit better than that, but it's still nice to get something. Right, so we've got to go along here. We've got to look for monorail. So there's one up all the way up there. I can see one all the way up here. And then, yeah, it's going up there, isn't it? But yeah, I know it's a pain. It is a pain. It's, you know, Intel, a company as big as Intel shouldn't really be dropping the ball like that. But yes, like I say, I went on Amazon. I got some thumb drives that were the right size. I formatted them. I put the update on there. Booted into BIOS, found the right option, but obviously I looked up the tutorial for the motherboard that I was using, because even if you can't find the exact motherboard, if you're using the same BIOS version as the tutorial states, then you should be okay, because all the menu options are all in the same place. But yeah, there was an option for it in the BIOS, but obviously where you're based, I don't know if you, because you know Curefits used to hang out here, they would get power cuts and stuff, and that obviously is pretty fucking scary, because if you get a power cut mid-update, that's it, you're cooked. But yes, if you can make sure you've got power, but then again, I feel as if maybe because you spent so much money, maybe you should be able to take it back to the shop and say, hey dudes, you know, can you do this microcode update? I need to make sure that you guys have got, like, you know, I'm not sure my home power supply won't cut out at the wrong time. So therefore I'm a bit nervous to do it. Oh shit, okay. We haven't even got enough. Okay, okay. So apologies chat, we do have an ad break coming up. So need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. We also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to stay lurking, stay secret, but still follow, please feel free. There's no alerts on the BRB screen. I need to get rid of these ceramics, that's what it is. I need to get rid of these ceramics because they're weighing us down. But yes, I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. But yes, unfortunately, crew, yeah, the shop sucks ass is in Denmark. Okay. We get one power shutdown per every 5-10 years. Told me to turn on the PC. I was like, yes. I said, well, then no warranty. So if it won't, yeah, it's only non-booting PCs that, yeah, that's sketchy as fuck, dude. So yeah, anyway, the ad break's going to start in a second, but yeah, unfortunately, dude, that seems like it's going to be the only way. It'll be a pain in the arse, but it will then mean you'll be able to appreciate your system without worrying about it. But yes, I'll be back shortly. He eats like, I put half a pouch down, right, in the morning of his wet food, right? And he eats like 2/3 of it and leaves some of it behind. Yeah, that's it. He just walks straight over me. Such a little shit. So we got fucking hell, dudes. Look at these gravestones. It's concept art. It's fucking concept art. Look at it. Fucking. Oh, I see. shit. What? So mean that it makes you fucking go back like this. Fuck me. Fucking hell. Yeah, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but oh shit. Okay, maybe this isn't how we explore. That's my testicles, please. Ow. What? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for everything this year. Thank you. Honestly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So, we got way too many fucking ceramics. So we need to fucking ditch some of these fucking ceramics. Excuse me. But yes, I think maybe as well, I should probably try and figure out where the next one is. I have a suspicion it's going to be around here. Because yeah, if we can work out what we need, we can get rid of these ceramics that then recharge our truck or reload our truck full of all the materials we need for them. Because yeah, the monorail system going up to the mountains, yeah, I reckon that's going to be an absolute godsend. We've just got to locate. Just a tree. Right, I'm just having a look. We're going over this way anyway, so. Oh yeah, there's a river that gets started up here, isn't there? Yeah, okay. Okay, so. Try. Clamber down this side. Told me to turn the PC on. I also saw later that they have very bad reviews online. Yeah, it's a grey zone. I have an Asus motherboard, but the BIOS is American Megatrends. Okay. BIOS on my PC boots up faster than my monitors can display it. Says you need to just type in MS info. It's those two. Yes, if you open up the... I don't even know what it's called anymore. It's still called the command prompt. But yeah, you can get an info and it'll tell you what BIOS version you're on, because the thing is, it might even be worth updating the BIOS as well. Because yeah, I remember like I was using the BIOS on this one, and my friend said, "Why are you using a mouse?" And I was like, "What?" It's like, you can use a mouse. I was like, "Not in the BIOS." They're like, "Yeah, in the and you can use a mouse in BIOS now." I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, BIOS for me used to be like a fucking blue screen, and like you had to go down, enter, down, enter, and you had to fucking just navigate with a keyboard. And they're like, "Yeah, this is not the fucking 90s anymore." Breadcrumbs. So I was like, "Okay, sorry, I forgot. I done forgot." Yeah, I don't think the game wants us to be here because there's no just bits of cargo for us to pick up. So I think the game is trying to subtly guide us back to where we're supposed to be. So we're going to carry on. Okay. Oh yeah, this looks. Yeah, look, there's a fucking place here as well. Yeah, we should probably try and have a look at that first. Whilst we're up it, who knows? You might meet someone outside. They might ask you a question, and then you get to unlock it. Who knows? UEFI is your friend. 1402 2023 September 8th of September. Okay. It's a few years, but the thing is they don't update BIOS super often, so that might still be, you know, not too far behind. But the microcode update may have prompted everyone to do a new BIOS. I'm not sure. But I was just sat at the 2021 January. Well, the thing is, if you're not having any problems, then there's no need, right? This is the thing. The only reason I suggest any of this to Krill is because they're getting crashes, which is super fucking annoying, especially on such a powerful machine. For it to be hamstringed with crashes is, yeah, you know, you've got all of the fucking power, you just can't deploy it because it crashes. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, if you're not having issues, just carry on, you know. And this is the thing. Like, they came out to do a fire door inspection, right? So they inspect all the flats to check if the front door is up to code. And of course they're not, you know, and they want us to spend, like, you know, they've got a bunch of suggestions, and then you call around to get a few quotes. It's fucking 300 to 600 quid a door. And I'm like, I'm sorry, that door was fitted in the 70s and it's absolutely bulletproof. It's fine. The hinges, okay, whatever. I'll fucking go and get some new hinges for the door, but I don't really want to fuck with it. I really don't want to fuck with it, to be honest. Oh shit.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Right, what do we need to get this one going? We've got nothing. So resins and special alloys, okay. So yeah, we still got to get rid of these ceramics. Found it weird to use a mouse in bars. Yeah, it is really weird, right? Command prompt, yeah, okay. BIOS version data American Megatrends Incorporated 0405 15th of the 1st 2021. Buy me a new English Lord. I do have £70 to my name, and I'm unemployed. Sorry to hear about the unemployment, dude. It's fucking rough out there at the moment. The fucking job market is so fucking cursed, and you know, my friends are like, I've made it through to the 5th round of interviews. I'm like, the 5th round of interviews for like a fucking, you know, no offense, but an entry-level job. I'm sorry. And these companies, the labor market, the job market is so fucking screwed that they can get away with some of the most fucking deplorable practices. And yeah, I think that if you can't decide after 2 interviews whether you want to hire somebody, you need to sack your HR department and get some better HR reps. I'm sorry. It doesn't take 5 interviews to choose a candidate, you know? But what these companies want is they want to be able to hire somebody with like 16 years experience for 2 years of experience money. You know, they want new hire money, but they want 16 years of experience. And yeah, it fucking boils my piss, dudes, because I've got friends that are fucking talented at what they do, but they'll have to go and get a job somewhere, start at the bottom, prove that they're worth it, and then get mugged off for another couple of years before they actually get promoted. It's just like, you guys are fucking terrible. The fucking worst. Why did I do that? Cool. Right, so now we've got a bunch of resins, a bunch of special alloys, so we can go and but what I might do is no, I didn't want to do that. No, I didn't want to do that. Hang on. I'm going to take a second to load that back up. Excuse me. I think I can repair vehicles in the Magellan. think. So, because yeah, my truck got fucking beat up, absolutely beat. No, don't do it again, breadcrumbs.
Patched up and good to go.
Cool. Right, let me check if I've got any resins or special alloys in storage. Do. So we'll take these as well. Can I still use the vehicle? I can't use the vehicle, I'm too fucking heavy. I have to put some of this stuff back. Oh, don't be, it's by choice, ATM. I'm fully done with uni yet, and I'm gonna go on a universal credit for a year, and while I sort out living with ADHD and everything. Fair enough. Trust fund. Universal credit is disability. Spoiled brats then. Get assessments, see if I'm limited capacity for work. So people who can't work because of disability. It's true, yeah. I want to work, I just don't want to, I don't think I'd manage well, and I want to sort out living with my issues first, hence I'm only going to take a year with it. Yeah, I think finding out what you can and can't do well, and then finding a job that works with that is important. Otherwise, you're going to go and take a job somewhere, and then go take a job somewhere else, and somewhere else, until you find something that actually works for you. So yeah, we worked without brains. Yeah, that's why everything's so fucked up, Krill. I'm going to brain, says the English one who did uni. Art class, not that hard. Computer science, AI specialization. Want to make AI that will actually help. Yes, hopefully we get some more people like yourself that want to use AI for the right reasons. So I need to store... I've got some ceramics here, so... Right, is that enough? Getting rid of those ceramics, is that enough? Oh. For fuck's sake. Oh my god, the terminals, he won't face the terminals sometimes. It's really annoying. It is actually quite annoying. Right, so what have I got? What if I put all of that in my private locker? Surely that's enough. Surely that'll do it. Thank you. Excuse me. Might search and rescue via Hive Mind, like a network of research area. Via means through in Swedish. So you lost there, Stabby. Oh, is via a Swedish word, really? Because yeah, via is super useful as a word. Or via, some people might say. Ooh. Oh, dudes. I remember once I was in an airport, Gatwick. This American person was arguing with like a 17-year-old girl who worked at the coffee shop. They're like, I think you're pronouncing that wrong. And she was like, actually, we invented the word in England before your country even existed. I was like, oh my god. And the thing is, like in the UK, that's not actually that bad. Like it's not good customer service, but that's not that bad. But in America, that's bad. So this American woman was fucking taken aback. Actually, no, because we invented the word, you know, before your country even existed. And I was like, oof, oof. That is a big oof. That right there is a big oof.
Okay.
there was also an American tourist that was like, why are all these cables just stuck to the wall? These electricity cables, they're just like they're just nailed to the wall with clips. Why don't you hide them? You know, why don't you make the effort to hide them? And this historian was like, ma'am, you need to understand that building is 972 years old. It predates electricity. Maybe it was even older. It was several hundred years old. They're a historian, so they know the exact number. But they're like, it predates electricity, and therefore the solid stone walls are very difficult to hide copper wires in. So we just nail them on top as per regulations. And I was like, it's crazy, dude. Like, Americans don't understand that we have buildings that predate electricity that are still standing. Like, that's a completely alien concept to them, bless them. Right, so I'm hoping this one isn't the same one, but it is going to connect us to that distribution place, which is going to come in handy later on. But I feel as if we probably won't have enough to do all of them. But once we activate that, maybe do you know what? Maybe we should use the resin to get the mine going. Maybe we should do that instead. Because there's no point building the monorail system to the mine if the mine isn't turned on. That's the problem we've got elsewhere as well. Because the other place... Is the other place just a mine? It is just a mine. So actually, do you know what? I'm being a fucking idiot, as per usual. If I just take the materials... if I just take 640 resins and 1,200 special alloys, that connects that one up. And I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be a monorail that goes somewhere to connect these motherfuckers up. I have a feeling. I can feel it in my loaf. So, I can delete that. So we know where that one is. That one requires a little bit. We know where this one is. We've just activated the terminal. But yeah, actually, let me just make sure I've interacted with this terminal. I'll just contribute a little bit to make sure it stays on our map. But yes, if we make sure that mine is active and the other mine is active, that might be a better idea. So, from here, that mine is to our right. Scotch, welcome in. Another Scotch raid. How's it going, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? What was on the agenda today? What were we doing? I hope you had a good one. Can we go this way? Can we go... Oh no, we went completely the wrong way. Excuse me. Excuse me, chat. Captain Sense of Direction over here. Yes, welcome in, raiders. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Okay. What's up, man? All good here? Clip okay? Just more date everything. How are you getting on with date everything? Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Scott you just raided. I imagine that game can be super cursed sometimes. Because, yeah, you can literally click on almost anything in that house. Hang on a sec. Where am I going? I need to get a marker down, chat. This is taking the fucking piss. So we're going there. What's this way? Put ketchup everywhere. Getting on well with dating, all the things. It is at time. Do need to raid and run late night workout. Did get into a pissing match with my rubber duck. Have a good one, dude. Thank you for stopping by, dude. I appreciate it. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand. Have a good sesh at the gym. Work hard. Maintain the form. Remember, form is more important than reps. A rep with good form is worth 2 with bad. So have a good sesh, dude. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. And raiders, thank you for staying in with the raid. It's very kind of you. I appreciate that also. For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. That's a giant cloud of bats. Just ignore that. It's fine. Which means I'm a variety game streamer, so I play a variety of games with a variety of success. We're on our first playthrough of Death Stranding 2. I am enamored with the whole gameplay loop of building monorails and roads and zip lines and stuff. So yeah, I'm in my element because I really, really enjoyed the first one. I think I enjoyed the first one, and specifically, I think I like the art direction of the first one a bit more than this one. This one, I feel like the art direction is less focused, and it's still it's a beautiful, beautiful game. But I feel like it's kind of incorporates a lot more of everything as it's a sequel. But in doing so, it kind of loses focus, if that makes sense. But everything else is yeah, it's just more Death Stranding to play, you know? So it kind of feels a little bit like more of the same. But I really enjoyed the first game, so I can't really complain about that. Why are we unable to just fucking drive towards this fucking mine? Sorry. This area is a bit dark, and also it's difficult to see. Oh, it's over there, okay. Where I'm going, but yeah. It's so easy to get your bearings thrown off. Right, let's see if we can get this mine operational. And then it might provide us with the special alloys we need for everything else, which is what I'm hoping. Because, yeah, I don't want to go and spend a bunch of special alloys on everything else and then not be able to activate this one. That would feel a bit silly. So, I'm going to go down here. Oh, slow down. We go down here, see how much it costs to get the mine going. Quite a lot. Quite a lot, but so that gets our monorail track started. Dig, dig, dig. Can you dig it? Restore 3 mines, okay. Hopefully there's some more. Please, sir. I'd like some more. So we can put coral crystals in and we'll get ceramics. Okay. Really bothered about ceramics. I'm more interested in special alloys and resins. But anyway, okay. So that gets that bit started. And then we've got a monorail station, or sorry, a monorail track just outside. We can dump some materials into. Yeah, is that really it? Is that all we've got? Damn, okay. I've still got a shit ton of ceramics. So that's that bit of the monorail done. Well, contributed to. So that's going to go out of there. And yeah, I feel as if there might be. So yeah, if we can get some special alloys and some resins from somewhere, we could get that one started, which would be a good shout. A bit far away, but traveling isn't the end of the world. Yeah, I feel like there should be another monorail post somewhere. I can't quite see right now because yeah, it's going to come out of the front of there. Where's he going to go? Okay, so up there. So yeah, it's going to go up there. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, and it's going to go connect up to there. Okay, okay, amazing. Because yeah, that connects that one to this one, which means that when we drive along this road all the way down here, even if we're at this end of the map, we can just get to the monorail here and scooch along here. So hopefully, I hope there isn't another one in the middle here somewhere. I think there might be, and that might be it there. It just doesn't show on the map because we haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I think, yeah, so that one's going to cost 1,187 resins, special alloys, sorry, and that one's going to cost 1,000. So we need 3,500 resins, special alloys. Sorry, there's so much to think about, chat. I apologize. So, well, at least we've got that started. We could go down, and I could see if you've got any. Oh, you're fucking completely dry. I think we cleaned this guy out earlier. So what have you guys got? You guys have got 2,700 of that. So should we go? I think that might be the play, chat. I think here. Stay up on this. On here.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Cool. So, there we go. Now we get a nice little dotted line to follow. So, we need to dump off some of these ceramics. I don't think there's many more roads to build, so I think ceramics are no longer a concern of ours. So, our truck is quite full with ceramics, and that's not a good thing. So, we need to start slowly distributing the ceramics into storage places, because that will then free up space for all of the resins and the special alloys that we need. We can get that monorail built, and then that monorail will make our lives significantly easier from there on in. So although it might seem like a bit of a waste of time, it will save us a shit ton of time later on. So there's supposed to be a shelter out here. Oh, we found a new one. We have not been here yet. Okay, we haven't got a delivery for them. We found a new shelter, chat. You got any stuff? Can I have some of your stuff? Okay.
Be mindful of exposure to timefall.
So, we found another shelter, chat. I should have known, to be honest. I should have known that up here. I should have known that up here there'd be something. Oh. My back and shoulders, dudes. But yes, I've been really enjoying the gameplay loop of mooching around, farming up materials, building roads, and making deliveries and stuff. It's nice to be back in a Death Stranding game. I know they're not for everybody, but there's something about the gameplay loop that just itches my brain. I really enjoy it, and I'm really sort of happy to see that because of the sequel dropping, a lot of people are playing the first one to just sort of, you know, get that one not out of the way, but to play through it to understand what's going on. And they're playing through it, and there's moments in that game where it's like, holy shit, that's really cinematic. And they're like, damn, that's really atmospheric. And like, damn, that music's really good. And it's so nice to see like people finally give that game a chance, because it got kind of dragged a little bit, and it always kind of pissed me off because, you know, not every game needs to be the same formulaic bollocks over and over and over and over again. Kojima tried to do something different, and I respect them for that. But on top of that, I also really fucking enjoyed the game. The gameplay loop is actually really satisfying. Connecting people and like all the celebrity cameos. You never know who was going to answer the door. When you went to a shelter, you never knew who was going to answer the door. It could be fucking Conan O'Brien. It could be fucking Junji Ito. It could be anybody, you know. And yeah, there was something really charming about that. I really liked. But this one seems to be a lot more mixed. There's a lot more going on. And I feel like the art direction is a bit broader. It's not quite as focused. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is different. It definitely feels different. The environments definitely feel quite a bit different, and not in a bad way, just different. And I personally, I really liked the sort of Icelandic kind of black lava, clay kind of rock sort of environments of the first game. In the sauce or in the next meat with sauce everywhere. In the sauce? Are you lost in the sauce, Dennis? I think we've all been lost in the sauce at least once. Definitely when playing multiplayer games, when things start working and you do well. I've definitely been lost in the sauce. Oh. 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 Excuse me. I fucking love the trucks in this game. They're such a meme. Right, have we got any deliveries for this? I think we do. I think I'm just going to dump all my ceramic and then try and get as much into the truck as possible. Oh, it's you. Again. Where have you gone? Okay, if you shoot them, they give you a bunch of stuff. Come on. But ketchup everywhere. Oh shit. And I don't know why they did it, but I saw this young person put loads of baking soda into a ketchup bowl, and then they sort of like left it for a while, came back and shook it up, and they opened it, and obviously it fucking just blasted ketchup all over the kitchen. And they put their hand over it to stop it, and they were like, oh my god, whoops, and they let go and it's still fucking going. Oh yeah. So yeah, you can kind of walk past and accidentally rest. I don't like. So storage. Can I interest you in a bunch of ceramics? And chemicals. Cool. So that means we can now, oh yeah, I was on the right screen, sorry. We can now go through here and recycle all the stuff that we don't really need. Cool, which means our truck should now barely have anything in it. Perfect. Okay, so now we can claim as many resins as they'll give us. As well as many special alloys as they'll give us. Which is a reasonable amount. Cool. So that means our truck is basically full, I think. Actually, it's not. I think we could probably still get a little bit in there. It's heavily loaded, weight-wise, but I think... Are there any more? No, actually, I think there's two more lines, but yeah, I think we're heavily loaded anyway. Cargo capacity. There we go. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm covering it up, but yeah, there's a cargo capacity. So yeah, we're only at half cargo capacity, so we could go and get some more stuff. Yeah, we're heavily loaded, but you know, it be what it be. Indonesian German when he asks, when he goes to barricades and tells us we can eat what we want, but not tell him how or what to eat. He's a good friend. I got 2 bottles of ketchup as a tattoo. You got 2 bottles of ketchup as a tattoo? A ketchup bottle tattoo would suit me because I love ketchup. I do love ketchup. Like if I get fish and chips, I can have equal parts ketchup to fish. I'm a fucking animal, I know. I know that's disgusting, and I'm an animal, but yeah. I could easily consume equal parts fish to ketchup. I fucking love that stuff. Usually everyone's like, oh my god, I love mayonnaise. You're a white guy, you must love mayonnaise. I'm like, nah, man. Ketchup. Ketchup, sometimes even brown sauce. Sometimes even brown sauce. Right, that's going to dry for me. Ketchup enthusiast here as well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Because yeah, like there are certain foods in the British cuisine that definitely could do with a bit more flavor, and I think ketchup is the perfect way to solve that issue. Love a bit of ketchup. Chips, sausages. Oh, chat, the fucking air fryer. I got an air fryer, and as a result I can now just chuck some sausages in the air fryer, and in like 8 minutes they're like perfectly cooked. So this has been quite dangerous for my diet, because I no longer have the sort of mental barrier of having to turn the oven on and wait for it to warm up to make sausages. I can just make them in the air fryer so fucking easily. So sometimes I will just have like 6 or 7, maybe even 8 sausages for dinner and call it a day, which I know is fucking terrible for a 40-year-old man, a grown-ass man, to be eating a fucking stupid dinner like that. But you know what? It makes me happy. The convenience and the flavor and the texture. But yes, ketchup is a must. Ketchup is a must. Love mayo and ketchup together. Yeah, I've seen people do that, and I'm sort of a bit on the fence about it. Like if I'm gonna have ketchup, I'll just have ketchup. But yeah, I've seen people who put ketchup and mayonnaise and lemon and vinegar and salt and pepper and all kinds of stuff together to make like a burger sauce. But yeah, I don't think it's for me, to be honest. Right, so claim materials. Give me all of your fucking alloys. No. No, and it's a different menu. Ay. The menuing could also do with a bit of work. I think the menuing could also do with a bit of work. But there's a lot to do, so it is difficult. Do you split everything apart, or do you put it all in the same place? It's you put it all in the same place and risk overwhelming the player? Or yeah, why will you not go? Oh, it's too heavy. Damn, okay. It's too heavy, chat. Damn, we'll have to come. Oh, I don't want to come all the way back here, to be honest. But anyway, we got the special allies. Hey, look, it's daytime. That's handy. Call it Rotweiss means red white. Yeah, that makes sense. Standard classic German sort of what's the word for it when something is just what it's it is just what it's, yeah, it's called what it is. It's not, it hasn't got some fancy name. Direct, I suppose you could call it. But yeah, I really enjoy that kind of, when you can tell that the word has like a person, it's the language has a personality to it. So like there'll be like a word for something and they explain that, yeah, people used to say this phrase all the time, so we just shortened it down. So like in New Zealand, they won't say like, hey, how's it going, dude? They'll be like, hey, how's it? They'll just say, how's it? You know, instead of like, how's it going? They just say, how's it? They've abbreviated that down. It's kind of endearing. Right, so once again, across there. And yeah, so we've got quite a lot to put in there. Cargo-wise, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Hey Siri, what's 12 times 480? 5,000 something?
12 times
yeah.
80 is 760.
So we've got 5,000 special alloys. So we should, hopefully that should be, I mean, I don't, maybe that's enough to do, because they need about 1,400 each. So maybe that'll be enough to do all the special alloys, and then we can do all the resins. And then, yeah. But one thing that's been concerning me, one thing that's been worrying me, sorry to repeat myself, is the notion that the things that we're building will become significantly cheaper once we actually get to that part of the story. But until we do, there's one of those signs there. Okay, but yeah, we can carry on. Past the first one. Past the first one. Fries red, white. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, red and white fries. Yeah, it's just, it does what it says on the tin, right? And there's something nice about that, because yeah, in England we have lots of different words that mean lots of different things, and then we have lots of implied words and lots of implied pronunciations, and there's like a whole like personality to the English language that obviously it makes perfect sense to me, but when I try and explain it, I begin to realize how fucking nuts it can be. And yeah, our sarcasm and our dry humor, it can be so hard to pick out sometimes. Somebody will say something and everyone starts laughing, and my European friends are like, why are we laughing? What's funny? So he said, you know, at least it isn't cold. And they'll be like, yeah, but it is really, really cold. I'm like, yeah, but, you know, he's joking. Like, but it's cold. And he said it isn't. And I'm like, yeah, but, you know, he's sort of saying, yeah, it could be worse. It could be freezing cold. Like, but it is freezing cold. I'm like, yes, but we're making fun of the situation because it's easier to process it that way. They're like, it's not very funny. I'm like, maybe not for you. I admit, maybe not for you. But yeah. You know, when our train gets cancelled and it's fucking like -1 and we're all still on a train platform with no shelter from the wind, and my friend looks over like, hey, at least it isn't freezing cold. It's just, I don't know why, but it's hilarious, you know.
Okay.
Now
Of course, I would hit a bump right there as I'm about to fucking get overrun by creatures. But yeah, there's just something about the sort of stiff upper lip, making fun of a bad situation, and like making fun of somebody. If somebody's in a bad situation, like making fun of them and stuff, like it's literally the worst thing. But English people just can't fucking help themselves. But we say German's not funny. It's only hard to translate because we have words for words. Yes, I think there's definitely a translation layer because, for instance, Eddie Izzard is fucking hilarious. Like such a fucking hilarious comedian. And they said that they speak French. Well, they did French at school, but they've maintained it. They still speak French fairly well. And they went to do their set in France, and it didn't work. They were like, yeah, it just didn't work. It fucking bombed. So they had to adapt their set so that the jokes were funny in French, because there's obviously a slightly different culture and a slightly different personality to the language. So the implied humor and a few sort of assumptions and leading statements didn't quite work in French, so they had to sort of restructure the jokes. It was really interesting. But they then went and did a tour in France, and they did the show in French, and it's a fucking absolute fucking amazing. It's an amazing achievement. Because yeah, like making French people laugh apparently is much harder than making English people laugh, but it is possible. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, maybe I should have taken the warning. We've had a bunch of false alarms so far. Damn, okay, that shit comes out of nowhere. That shit legitimately comes out of nowhere. Okay. Right, we got away with it, so it's fine. We are okay, chat. No need to soil yourselves. Fucking hell. So fucking weird, right? Got this weird thing where my lips are so dry and like chapped. But I've got loads of spit in my mouth. I know this is a bit gross, but I've got loads of saliva. But then the back of my throat is all kind of fucked up because of long COVID. So when I'm trying to say a word, I can't form the vowel sound because my mouth isn't the right shape because of the swelling in my throat. So weird. I've got like 3 vocal disadvantages going at once. And I'm like, all I want to do is speak, dude. Like, I've been doing it for 40 years. Well, from whenever I learned how to speak, that is. But I've been doing it for quite a few years now, so I'd like to be able to use that skill. But yeah, fucking hell. Constantly trying to not accidentally spit on the camera or the microphone because it's gross, but also trying to not fucking choke on the lump of phlegm that keeps building up in my throat. Anyway, sorry, it's a bit gross, I apologise. But yeah, so that'll do it for resins. I'll do it for special alloys. I wonder if you can just, I suppose you can just build a section in the middle of nowhere, can't you? Let's see how far this goes. Oh, that's quite a long section. Okay. Okay. Ah, shit. Yeah, there's still a section missing. Okay. So, we've got one just over there, which is not too far from where we are. We've got it connected there, so that's fine. So, we can connect that one at a later date. So, we need to get to there. And to do so, I think we'll go up the hill again. To the right, I think. Posted and marked, let me know how you liked it. In the Discord, sorry. Have you posted something in the Discord for us? I shall take a look after stream, please. And also, I need to start getting off my arse and getting these movie nights sorted. I think Fridays 7 PM UK time might be a good shout. Thursdays I'm in the gym, but I'm also free on Tuesdays, but I have literally just streamed on a Monday, and then I'm going to stream the day after on a Wednesday, which is today. So Thursday gives me a day off to go to the gym, gives you guys a day off from having to put up with me. and Friday means we sort of, it's the weekend, and hopefully that gives people some free time, and we can decide what films we want to watch. Because I've got a backlist of. I mean, my backlog of games is almost as bad as my backlog of films. I've probably got 200 to 300 films on my backlog, and not all of them will be, movie night movies. They'll be sort of a bit abstract and a bit weird for a movie night, but there'll be some that are actually kind of interesting that I'd like to watch with you guys. Because I feel like I want to do more as a community. I keep forgetting that despite being quite small as a streamer, I still have built a little bit of a community, and I really should make more of an effort to do more things for you guys to make the community feel more sort of worth it and more substantial, make you guys feel like you're part of something, because you are. So you were going to say my backlog of films is almost as bad as my back. That too. I mean, that too. My back. I did a stretch on the ad break just a moment ago. It's kind of loosened me up a little bit, but I'm doing my stretches, and I think, unfortunately, this sofa has it's reached its sort of, event horizon. It's sort of crossing over now to like the point where this sofa, it still exists. It's still, it still acts as a chair, but it's not supporting me in any way, shape or form. So although it's not uncomfortable to sit on at first, it becomes uncomfortable and also doesn't really do my back much good. So I'm thinking about the cost of a new sofa, and it's making me quite sad because it's super fucked, because a lot of the materials that sofas are made of are, of course, like everything else in the UK, imported. And for those of you that need a bit of a catch up on the UK, a bunch of fucking right-wing fascist dickheads persuaded the country to vote to leave the European Union. And as a result, the movement of goods and trade of goods between England and the European Union has become a lot more complicated and or expensive. And this is a problem because as a country, we are a very wealthy economy, and therefore we import everything. And because we import everything, we rely an awful lot on the movement and trade of goods with the European Union. And like I say, what these right-wing fascist dickheads have done is persuaded everybody that we don't need the European Union, when in fact we do quite actually need the European Union. Becca, welcome in. Lovely to see you, hon. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. How was your stream? What were you playing today? Was it Red Dead? Or were you playing something else? But welcome in. Nothing personal, hello. Nothing personal, welcome in. Good to see you. Fixie Good, welcome in. Fixie God, sorry. I can't read today, sorry. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Becca, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. I hope Red Dead Redemption 2 is fun today. But how are you doing? Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Oh, I'm stretching. Oh, I need to be stretched out on a rack, chat, like a fucking torture rack. But Becca, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? Of course, totally up to you. Please let me know. Or no shout out, that's also a valid option. That's also perfectly valid as well. So good to see you. It's lovely to see you as well. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Of course, I love clips. Wonderful. So, let me just get the truck on some sort of level ground, because I want to see this as well. And then we'll do one of these. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say to our lovely friend Becca, who just raided. There's a lot of Red Dead 2. Did something just randomly spawn in, then disappear? The torture table stretch. No, exactly, rule of Hellions, exactly. Like, for a moment, like when they're stretching you out, it would feel so nice. But then obviously after that, it would be excruciatingly painful. But yeah. Oh, was it an online person spawning in and then... Yeah, okay. Then they try to destroy the European Union because it do too much for the people, not billionaires. Yeah, this is it. It's just like after the World Wars, we established the European Union to create some reliance on each other and therefore minimize the chances of conflict, because we're all trading with each other in ways that benefit our societies in various different parts of the world. So yeah, it makes sense. I agree that the bureaucracy and the red tape is getting a bit much. I agree. But yeah, I remember somebody saying like, oh, there's too much red tape, there's too much bureaucracy. we can't get anything done because of the European Union. We need to leave so we can get control of our laws again. And then it took like fucking 3 or 4 years to fucking leave the European Union because of all the fucking nonsense. I was like, it's fucking bollocks. Like, you said it was too complicated and then you fucking couldn't do it. But anyway, scared the shit out of me. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for the shout. No, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that, Becca. Are these new Becca emotes as well? Have you got little bats? Are they little Becca bats? They look adorable. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently on my first playthrough of Death Stranding 2. Really, really enjoyed the first game. And really, really enjoying this one. Not quite as much. It doesn't feel quite as cinematic. It doesn't feel quite like the art direction was quite as focused. But it's still really, really good. And I haven't completed the game yet, so it might go absolutely crazy. Who knows? But yeah, at the moment, it's interesting to be in different environments with different challenges. There's some new toys to play with, so yeah, it seems like a fairly well structured sequel. But yes, I really, really, really love the first one so much. So this game's got some awfully big boots to fill. But yeah, it's doing a pretty good job. There's lots of things I think that have improved on the first game. But yes, haven't really got into the real nitty-gritty of the story as far as, I mean, there's story, but it doesn't feel like it's, you know, it's not full-on Kojima, full-fat story like you get with some of the other games they've done. Oh, we haven't quite got enough resins. Okay. Not enough resins. Also, not to paint this in the racist sense, but it actually made immigration worse for us. The very thing they said it would solve. Yeah, this is it. It's like they said, oh, we've got to take control of our borders. Like, what the fuck do you mean take control of? We have control of our borders, but immigration, like, you only read the fucking Daily Mail. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of very highly skilled, very, very highly skilled people that migrate from countries that have less of a strong economy. Less strong. They come and do their trade, their skill, which is, again, like I say, a very highly skilled trade. They come and do it here in the UK because they get paid a lot more to do it. And they can get a much better quality of life because they have much more choice. So, yes, there's immigration, but immigration is a good thing. But they're taking all the jobs. Well, which one is it? Because on one hand, I hear people saying, oh, these immigrants, they come here, they don't want to work, they just claim the dole, they claim the benefits, they don't want to work. But then somebody else is like, the immigrants are coming over here and taking all the jobs. Well, they can't be taking all the fucking jobs if they're signing on for all the benefits, can they? You know, which one is it? Which problem is it? It fucking baffles me, dude. It's fucking stupid. But no, the amount of medical professionals, the amount of engineers, the amount of scientists, the amount of PhD holding trades that people come here to the UK to do, it's bonkers. Like, London is full of people who are some of the best in the world at what they do. And a bunch of them weren't born in this country. But they work, they pay more tax than I do. Fucking hell. This is the thing. You've got some bloke who spends his dole money in the pub every day saying that these fucking immigrants are ruining the country. It's like, my brother, you take taxpayers' money and you piss it up the fucking wall. You drink 6 or 7 pints, then you piss it up the fucking wall on your way home. Then you go to a council house that was paid for by somebody else. You're the one that's putting the country down, dude. You're not contributing anything, you know. And even when you do contribute something, you have a job that doesn't really contribute to society in a big way. It just earns you a living. You know, we all contribute to society. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, you're talking about, you know, immigrants that are doctors and scientists that are doing some of the work that's going to save the world. Like, I don't want to be dramatic, but engineers and scientists are the ones that we turn to when the shit hits the fan. And they're the ones that come up with a solution that stops the planet from fucking boiling us alive. So, yeah. Yes, these people came here from a different country, but they're contributing in ways that some of us could only dream of. And unfortunately, with the way the fucking economy's going, a lot of them are deciding to fucking leave. So we're only going to be left with the fucking the lazy racists who were born here, who think the country owes them a living, who hate everything that isn't fucking pints and pie and chips and football. No offense to anyone that likes that stuff, but yeah, it's fucking bonkers. And as you say, it didn't fucking, you know, the one issue they wanted to get control of is fucking worse now. But yeah, the thing is, the NHS, this is the thing, like, if you were to remove all of the people that have migrated from other countries, and I'm not going to call them immigrants, I'm going to say people that have migrated because that's what they've done. People that have migrated from other countries to come to the UK, if you took all of them away from the National Health Service, it would literally collapse. I mean, it's been on the verge of collapse for decades anyway, but it would literally fall apart. The amount of people that weren't born in the UK that help the NHS run is staggering. And I'm not just talking, nurses. I'm talking doctors, radiologists, pediatricians, skeletal specialists, musculoskeletal specialists, physiotherapists. There's fucking hundreds of people that have migrated from all over the world to come and do what they do, a high-skilled job in the UK rather than anywhere else. And, can't ignore that. If anybody needs to be kicked out, it's all the lazy fuckers that haven't had a job for fucking... people that are on disability benefits and stuff that are physically incapable of working, that's fine. But yeah, you've got people that are capable of working that choose not to, and they're saying the immigrants are the problem because they realise the money that pays for them to live without a job will be obviously taken away from them because they think that the immigrants are going to take it away, but the immigrants are actually the ones working and paying tax, which enables that system to fucking continue. Anyway, billionaires need an enemy for the rest of us, so they won't look at them. Most fool for the lies, yeah. We know what you mean, lad. You're all good. Yeah. So I mean, I'm saying people that choose not to work because they think that they feel the country owes them a living. There are obviously people that can't work, and that's unfortunate but valid. Unfortunate, but it is the case sometimes. So yeah, and obviously we have a medical, the healthcare system that allows us to diagnose people which are physically incapable. But unfortunately, the fucking Conservative government tried to fucking undo some of that and send a bunch of people back to work as if that makes a difference. These people are fucking not fit for work, bless them. Nothing against them personally, but they're just not physically or mentally fit for work. I'm not trying to be facetious. They're just not capable of working or doing certain things, and as a result, sending them out to work is dangerous, for them and for other people sometimes. Bastards know better. Well, Corbyn and somebody Sultana's leaving the Labour Party to start a new party with Jeremy Corbyn, which sounds very promising to me. That sounds very promising to me. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. So, unfortunately, chat and raiders, we have just got a warning for an ad break. So I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a 3-minute ad break. Gets rid of pre-roll. So when you guys got here for the first time, you didn't immediately have to watch an ad, but we sort of synchronized the ads, to run on the hour. We've done several ads now, so it's 9:15. I know we started at 5 o'clock, so every hour it moves along by 3 minutes because it's a 3-minute ad break. But anyway, that's not important. What is important is don't worry, you're not going to miss anything because I'm going to take a break as well. So please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, stretch your legs a little bit. You won't miss anything. We also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, once we're over there on the BRB screen, the bot will say, so there's no follow alerts, we don't call them out on the BRB screen. So if you want to follow secretly and stay lurking, that's also perfectly valid. We can accommodate that on the BRB screen. But yes, I'll be back shortly. What it means to be a mother. You give everything. Everything. Oh, is this a fucking misbegotten? Nah, I'm not. I am not. I am not. I do not care. Oh, fuck off. I do not care. I do not care. Lionel misbegottens can fuck right off. Ah, he fucking fell off. Amazing. Okay, that makes it all worth it. Right, there's a Grace over there. And yeah, it's It's one of those pronunciation things with Japanese. You don't say nanny, you say nani. Iframes, please. Iframes, please. Oh, what's that? No. Fucking hell. Wait, is that? Oh, that's for the lift. Okay, excuse me. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. You guys know when they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway.
Grant me this one wish. Take this finger, my finger. Scale the jagged peak.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. By going on the ladder? Or is he going to jump down off the ladder? Anyway. Come on. Come on. So now I can't get back up the ladder. I can punch on the ladder. Right. Now. Oh, wow, okay, yeah. This is not going to go well. Ow, fuck off, fuck off. My goodness, you boys do a lot of damage. Excuse me. Ah, really dark, okay. Shit. That's a lot of damage. Excuse me. Let me run back this way. I'm going to rest. Ow! I was right fucking there. Actually, interestingly, the internal dialogue is voiced. Your internal monologue, your self-loathing and your limbic system and your reptilian brain and everything else, mammalian brain and everything, they're voiced, but they're not only voiced, they're voiced by different people, which personifies them or characterizes them as aspects of your own personality, which is an absolute masterstroke in my opinion, because as I say, it characterizes the dysfunction of the main character's mental state, which is obviously a very big part of this game's narrative and overall kind of point, is that this main character is troubled and struggles to perceive things and can't figure out what fact and fiction is, and the fact that they've personified or characterized, I suppose I should say, the various different aspects of their personality as voices in their head. They've actually given them different voices to make them voices plural in their head. So they're representing that concept quite literally, and I think that's fucking brilliant. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Oh, we got some squabbles over the raffle. One fair and square. I entered too late. Oh, I see somebody missed it. Never mind. But yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Ooh, excuse me. So, Truck, how are you doing? No. No. So the truck is, oh yeah, so we're good now. So yeah, the alloys and stuff. Yeah, it was all the ceramics and other stuff we were carrying. That was the problem. That was the problem, chat. So from here, excuse me. like it. Right, so so from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some stuff in storage. This is all delivery, so we'll keep this. Ghost blades are in storage, so the ceramics are in storage because we, yeah. So in the back of our truck, we have got some stuff which I want to keep, but I don't want it taking up space at this point in time. So I'm going to put that private locker. Cool. So now that makes a bit more space. We can go and claim as much of this as we're allowed, well as much of this we're allowed. Cool. Let me go and build some stuff. Nilo, welcome in. Thank you for stopping into the YouTube stream, brother. I appreciate that. How's it going, Nilo? Hope you're well. Now, you mentioned you were on a project. It was a bit secretive, so we can't talk about it, but I hope everything's going well. So, have you got any of these materials that I want? Or have we cleaned you out already? I think we cleaned you out already. Yeah, we've cleaned you out already. Robbed this guy blind already. Been here roughly since you started. Really? On the YouTube? I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, because it's nice to get at least 1 or 2 viewers on the YouTube just to make sure. And you can let me know how the sound is, how the video is, and if anything goes wrong. So I appreciate that, dude. That's really kind of. I know the viewing experience on YouTube isn't quite as good. So I appreciate you making that sacrifice for the sake of keeping the YouTube stream alive. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Thought that was a tripwire then, but no, it's just a. It's just a. Oh yeah, we only need a little bit for that, and then that should. And then hopefully we can connect that one. Yeah, that might be a nice little. That might be a nice little task for us. It's daytime now, so we can see where the fuck we're going, of course. Been going great, actually. Impressed them today with the latest build. I'm glad to hear it, dude. I'm glad to hear they're starting to see the quality of your work. It's good to hear, dude. I wish you all the best with it. I look forward to the stage where we're allowed to talk about it. Here to fight the good fight. I appreciate you, dude, honestly. You're one of the real ones. We've got a few of the real ones in chat tonight. And I love you guys so much. I know that things might go up and down, but I know that I've got you guys. And, you know, I've always loved talking to you guys. So it's, you know, my safety net. It's my my fortress of solitude. Now when I've got a few diehards that come by and hang out with me all the time. Can't thank you guys enough, even though I try to. We got lovely people like Becca that raid us and Scotch that raid us. But yeah, Twitch might not be doing us any favors. Twitch might not be too interested in us, but you know what? We've got some really good friends on this platform, and I appreciate you guys so much. Because yeah, one thing we can do is we can just. Is that? I thought that was a person looking away from us. I was like, is that a ghost? Do I need to take a picture of that? But no, it's just an old sign of some sort, broken. Yeah, we're going over that way to that one. That's fine. Right. So, and there's actually a path here. We're going over there. South, welcome in. Might not be but I'm interested in you. I appreciate you, South, a lot. Because you've been going through the same fucking stuff as me, obviously at a different level, but yeah, I get the impression that because you and I don't want to play the game, so to speak, and because we want to do our own thing and we want to run the ship how we want to run the ship, I think that you and I both find ourselves in the situation where, although we won't compromise, we do what we do and we are who we are, and I find value in that. I find value in you. I think you're very aware of how this website can be sometimes. It just sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. And this is the thing, is that it's been sort of a strange kind of, like, you know, conflicted feeling in me as a person. And I've come to the conclusion after meditating on it that the bottom line is I really enjoy streaming. Like, I love streaming itself. I just don't really like this website very much. And I shouldn't talk shit about it because I'm streaming on it right now, but it's just the way it's run, the way it works, the way things happen. It just isn't great. And I think they know that. I think, you know, deep down, I think they know that. I think they're aware that, yeah, it's not going as well as they'd like to. And that's why there's a new feature every 6 months, because they're trying and recapture some trust in the market. And but yeah, it be what it be. You know, it's still, you know, the best place to watch a live stream. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. It's still the best place to watch a live stream. For most people, it's still the best place. It's still the place to watch live streams, and I don't see that changing. But the way that it's run, yeah. So we need 1,300, 1,500. So what have we got, cargo-wise? So we've got 1,000 there, easy. And we might have 1,000 there as well. That's just, yeah, we might have that there as well. Okay, we might be able to do that as well. Pet Spunstinder, yeah, I hope those two little rascals are good. Kept us up all night, deserve one less pet today, indeed. Yes, but anyway, excuse me one moment. I'm going to go over here real quick. Whilst we have our dear friend in the chat, please feel free to go over and say hello to South. Playing some Night Rain, but a bunch of other games as well. The dragon just spawned in on top of him. So you can be quite overpowered in that game, right? But yes, please follow South. Another creator that is not afraid to be themselves. What you see is what you get, and what you get is genuine. So yeah, I can't recommend them enough. They're a great laugh, great sense of humor, amazing at dealing with trolls, plays a bunch of great games, really good at Sekiro, much better at Sekiro than me. And yeah, streams at a slightly different time of day to me. So, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, truck. Okay, we're fine. We've got to go all the way over there. 16-second nameless king fight. Yeah, you can get massively overpowered because of the RNG and stuff that's involved. You can get massively overpowered in that game. And I've seen, you know, someone run in and take a big swing with a big hammer, and like 2/3 of the boss's health just disappear. And Elden Ring had some of that anyway. There's definitely some broken builds in Elden Ring. But yeah, Night Rain, it removes a lot of the friction, and you end up with some pretty fucking crazy builds sometimes. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying it, dude. Weird Twitch waves, I appreciate. Yeah, the thing is, like, I feel as if I've got to a stage where I've kind of done my part. I've got everything up to scratch. I feel like I've got my mic audio into a really good place. Visually, I think the stream looks and, you know, sounds pretty good. I've got a ton of redeems that people like using. You know, I stream 3 times a week. I think I'm doing what I can do, and I don't want to cope or be lazy about it, but I just don't think there's much more I can do that's actually going to have an effect. I think at this point, it's just a waiting game until something gets me noticed, if at all. Or maybe I won't, but, you know. And I don't like to talk about it because I know it's a bit cringe, but at the same time, I also think it's something that people need to be a bit more open about, because the alternative is, like, one of the many you know, just like many other creators before me, you just pack it up and start doing something else, and the platform loses another potential streamer that could turn into something. And they've done it over and over and over and over and over and over. I've seen like at least 5 or 7 really charismatic, really funny, really talented, really attractive, really dedicated, really warm, wholesome, welcoming people just say, oh, this is a waste of my time, and just fucking pack it up and just do something else. And it sucks because they were a wonderful presence on the platform. They were a good presence. And you just end up with all the really toxic people that know how to play the game. And it fucking breaks my heart. Why is there a... Okay. So we need to be careful because that shit did come out of nowhere last time. Funny you say that about mic audio. I just started doing some YouTube stuff and then listening to my voice back over and over, and it's showing me my EQ is definitely out of whack. It's such a subjective dark art. EQing is such a dark art because, I mean, if I turn off my mic filter, this is what my mic sounds like unfiltered. And it's a 270-ish pound mic. It's not an SM7B. I'm not that fucking cool. But it's an MV7 Plus, so it's a proper podcast microphone. It's an XLR microphone. It's USB-C as well, but it's also, you know, it's USB-C as well as XLR. So it kind of covers both bases for me, right? But this is what it sounds like without any filters. But if I turn the filters back on, like, from what I can hear, the audio, the difference is transformative. Like, it goes from being like, I can hear what this person is saying, to actually that's quite a pleasant sound. And I don't like the sound of my own voice, especially with all this COVID stuff. I feel like my voice is a bit fucked at the moment. But I feel like I've done a reasonable job EQing the microphone and using a compressor so that even if I do get loud, the compressor will always keep it roughly in the same place. So even when I speak, if I was to speak quietly like this, if I was to speak almost under my voice, I'm not moving anywhere near the microphone. I'm at the same distance from the microphone, but I can speak under my voice without using any volume, and you guys can hear me. If I talk quite loudly and use lots and lots of volume in my voice, it's basically the same. You can hear the difference, but the volume doesn't change. And it's the magic of a good compressor filter setup, is that you can be as loud as you want. It's going to get compressed into the right area of the meter anyway. And it's an absolute lifesaver, because a limiter and also some other stuff, it's a bit aggressive, and it lessens the quality, whereas a compressor, all it's doing is moving the intensity of the waveform. It's not changing the waveform, it's moving the intensity to a more pleasant place. Game changer, yeah, for sure. Like, EQing your mic is such a must. It's one of those things. It's like the mic I had before this one, it lacked range compared to this one, obviously, because the one I had before was £17. So it was dirt cheap, but I managed to filter it and make it sound reasonable. But yeah, this one, obviously, it's got a bunch more range, and that range can then be used to sort of, you know, get a slightly better tune on all of the various different frequencies of my voice, and I can remove the nasally kind of midtones, and I can include the highs and the lows, but I can remove them, like I say, I can remove the nasally midtones, so you get a much nicer, cleaner, warmer, broadcasty kind of voice. How nasally my voice has sounded on stream for years, which isn't that? Yeah, this is it. So I don't know if you're using a full-blown EQ or just using a 3-band EQ, which is just a basic sort of, you know, highs, lows, and mids. But yeah, a 3-band EQ is a pretty good place. It's good for giving a microphone what I like to call flavor. It sort of, you know, makes the microphone sound a certain way, not better or worse. It's just a characteristic. I think that's the most defeating thing, is being genuine doesn't play the game. Knowing how to be manipulative and use people as stepping stones is play. Yeah, exactly. And I refuse to do that. For instance, you know, I could be in like a massive streamers chat, constantly trying to come across as like a really cool, friendly person. But I wasn't. Today I was in Krill's chat, who is a much smaller creator, but I still hang out in their stream because I love them, because they hang out in my stream. And I hang out in the people's streams that I love. And fortunately, I've met some larger streamers that I get along with really well. But I still love smaller streamers because it's much more intimate. You can have much more of a conversation that lasts a lot longer. When there's 600-700 people in a chat, you can't have a conversation, yeah. But there's a lot more energy and a lot more hype. So it's, yeah, there's, yeah, pros and cons. Back when went out with my girlfriend. Well, I hope you had a nice time with the girlfriend, Velda. Fucking agree. Apparently something that contributes to the whiplash of hearing your own voice playback is when you hear your own voice when you speak. Yes, bone construction. So yeah, you hear there's a vibration, and there's your voice is being spoken. You hear it, but also the vibration of your voice is going straight to your ears because of the vibration going into your cochlea or whatever. So you hear the outside, but also the inside, and that obviously has a slight difference. But when you hear it without that, it obviously sounds very alien and very different. Just like you're used to seeing your face flipped in a mirror. So when a camera, when a front-facing camera flips it to make it so that it's the same, your face looks really weird to you. Everyone else, it's just your face, but to you, it looks really strange because you're used to seeing your face flipped because you're used to seeing it in a mirror. So when you see it not flipped by a camera instead of a mirror, it's kind of jarring. Asks if my voice is nasally, but she thinks I'm just being insecure. No, Trevor's like, honestly, I thought it's just your voice was always nasally. Don't know who to believe. Restaurant, we went to check out closed, so we walked around a bit funny, got grabbing a pizza from there. Oh, that sounds kind of cute. That sounds pretty cute. We like that. We like that. But yes, honestly, South, the best thing I can recommend when you're getting into EQing and tuning your microphone, in OBS, open up OBS and turn off all your mic filters, turn off everything, hit record, tell a story, right, about streaming or whatever, just a story that has all the various different characteristics of your voice. Stop the recording, add that recording to OBS as a source, make it loop, monitor and output on the audio, get your headphones, a good quality set of headphones. You want really high quality headphones, the highest you can get. Then apply the mic filters to that source so that you're making the same audio changes to that source, and you can drag the sliders up and down as you're talking and get it exactly where you want. Then copy those filters onto your mic. That's the best way. That's the way I did it, and it made such a difference. I just did a recording of me sitting here telling a story about how I got started streaming and playing Bloodborne, and then I took that recording and EQ'd it like I was EQing a microphone. And obviously you've got to turn off all the filters first, otherwise you're going to be filtering a filter, which is not going to work. You've got to turn off all your filters to get a raw input. And yeah, that's what helped me for EQing. That's the easiest setup. I could just sit there tweaking it for ages, and you can make like 2 or 3 EQ banks and save them, and you can change between them to see which one you like the most. Now with the Go XR, I can't quite do that because of how it's all... okay. Best thing you can do is stop being nasally. Just be a vocalist in some heavy metal band for a few years and rag your vocal cords. It'll sound like you're gargling gravel every time you speak. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, some people really dig that kind of like strained, kind of like, you know, torn vocal cords kind of sound. And it's obviously not great because it's, you know, by the time you're 60, your voice will be gone. Like, you won't have a voice. But yeah, I think that as COVID is slowly leaving my system after 2 years, and I'm getting rid of the sort of some of the symptoms, the bass in my voice has come back, because for 2 years I can hear myself and I'm like, I'm trying to talk and I can't quite get my voice out, and I'm trying really hard to get my voice out, and then because I'm forcing it, it sounded gross and I couldn't fix it. But recently my voice has started to sound a bit more like my voice, which is nice. But yeah, I've still got a long way to go. I've still got a bunch of physical symptoms that are fucking me up, to be honest. But yeah, it's nice to have my voice back, so to speak. You know, almost back. An audio file friend to sit in Discord with me. Yeah, this is it. Is getting somebody who's like a sound engineer to EQ your microphone. Because the trouble is, when you look up how to EQ a microphone, you end up in the fucking podcast corner of the internet, where every fucking clown with a fucking SM7B thinks they know how to EQ, but you've got to dig through and find that crusty old white dude who's been a sound engineer for 50 years. He'll sit there and talk to you about every single frequency and what it means and how you effectively, you know, how you can change the characteristics of your voice and everything by, oh, this person doesn't like us yet. We haven't spoken to them. Okay. Oh shit, does that mean we can't use the monorail? Because that's what I was coming here to use. Oh, no. Oh, we can. We can. Look at that chat. So this person's Victor Frank. Yes. If you can get a recording that you can then EQ and then apply those EQ settings to your microphone from there, that usually is the best way for me. But yeah, it's a long-winded process. EQing a microphone can take weeks and weeks and weeks. But once you get it right, and this is the thing, one thing I will say without any, you know, this is a non-negotiable. Once you get your microphone sounding the way you want it to sound, take a fucking screenshot of every fucking filter and every fucking setting, put it all in a folder and make a copy of it and then put it somewhere safe. Because if you go around and change a bunch of settings and then you want to go back, it's not easy. So that's a mistake I've made before. I've been like mucking around. I can't get it to work. I'm like, right, fuck it. I'm going to start from scratch. And then I realized how much work I've thrown away. And I was like, ah, shit. But yeah, take screenshots of every single filter and every single setting on those filters. Because yeah, it's important. It's important. Yeah. So let's use the monorail to go to, oh, excuse me. Let's use the monorail because we fucking built the damn thing, to go back to here. But yeah, screenshot everything. Looking up how to EQ your mic doesn't really work because everyone has a... Yeah, this is it. Everyone has a different voice. And that's the thing that that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. It's like, well, this is what I do and this is what everyone else should do. It's like, nah, dude, that's not how it works. Mouse, are you with me? Let me have a little look-see. So I've used that tutorial before. I vaguely remember that person's picture. But as you can see, I've been down this rabbit hole already. Marvel GEQ is a good one. That's a good one. But also, the one I send to almost everyone who wants their volume to sound the same. This one. In terms of setting up a compressor, that one is really good. That guy had a really good way of explaining. Why have I got 9 notifications? Why is everyone commenting on my shit? But I have no idea what's going on. Right, excuse me, I've got some comments to reply to on the old Uist of tubes. Excuse me. But yeah, looking up how to EQ your mic doesn't really work because everyone has a different voice. Yeah, and everybody thinks they know the ins and outs of how to do it, and they don't. Basically, you've got to sit there with a recording of your voice on loop, and you just slowly but surely just tune in on what you want. And yeah, it takes time and it takes effort, but then obviously, you know, once you've managed to make it sound really nice, and then you hear one of your clips or something, you're like, oh my god, it's because an old clip of mine will come up on that clip reel, and I'm like, oh my god, my microphone. Oh, come on, man. But yes, one thing I often tell people is that when somebody has your stream up on their computer, they're watching it, but they might also be doing other stuff. Normally they're doing other stuff. And what that means is they won't always be looking at the stream, but no matter what they're doing, if they're in the room and they're there, they can always hear the stream. So they actually interface with the audio of a stream all the time, which is why I think audio is so important. So I always try and make sure that the game and me and everything's balanced. Try and make sure there's enough volume so that everybody can turn. If I make my stream quite loud, people can then turn it down to a volume that suits them. Whereas if I make it not loud enough and they turn it up and they can't drown out what's going on around them, like the washing machine or a vacuum cleaner or whatever, it means they can't hear the stream. So I always try and make things a little bit louder than I need to, so people have that choice. But also, the thing with your microphone is clarity is way more important than volume. I've got friends that stream, and I can turn the stream almost down to like 20% volume, but I can hear every single word they say regardless. I can always hear what they're saying, no matter how noisy the game is, no matter how noisy my environment is. Their vocal clarity of their microphone is so good. So when you've got vocal clarity, you don't need as much volume, but you obviously want to be a little bit louder than the game, because you obviously, for you play quite a lot of loud games that are quite exciting, so volume might be your friend. Can confirm. I work on my game. Have a good time working on your game, dude. I hope it's going well. But yes, vocal clarity is a good replacement for volume. There's lots of people like, I can't make my mic loud enough. People can't hear me. I'm like, well, is it that they can't hear you, or is it that they can't understand you? Because yeah, with a bit of vocal clarity, you don't need as much volume. So that's actually Pog, because now we've got a way to get to. We've almost got a big loop, and this road here, there's some mules here, But this road, I think, is going to go off all the way over here somewhere. And I imagine we've got somebody here. There's something here, whatever that may be. There's probably a distribution center or something here. But anyway, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. So I'm going to head back to down there and make the delivery to the Dowser and to this dude, because we've got some stuff for him as well. So from here, going out of here, turning to the right and heading down. Cool. Have to learn much. Yes, so this is the thing. Sometimes lots of people are like, oh, I want to learn to do this, I want to learn to do this. I'm like, just start making stuff. Like for me, Photoshop, like I didn't wait until I had something to Photoshop. I started downloading JPEGs off the internet to fuck around with, because it meant that I wasn't worried about the outcome, but I was still learning the process. And that's a big part of creativity. I think a lot of people need a task to then start learning a creative tool or piece of software, when actually what you want to do is you want to be just doing the process on something that doesn't matter, because then you're free to experiment. And I think in that moment, in that mindset, when you're free to experiment with software without the concern of the outcome being good enough, that's when you start doing the best learning, is when you're not concerned about the outcome, you're just seeing what stuff does. And I think that's an important stage in a creative's career, is to have enough stuff on that doesn't really matter how it turns out, because that zero pressure working environment is actually kind of important for cultivating your skill set in the early stages. So yeah, just fuck around and find out. Just figure out, like, because I mean, I remember I sort of self-taught myself how to make some artwork in 3D Studio Max, and the process of like figuring out what did what and the happy accidents I had along the way were formative in my understanding of that program. And I never learned that much of it. There's an awful lot of 3D Studio Max. There's a lot, and learning all of it is not necessary, because you only need to know what you need to know, basically. So I was able to take some trees, mash them together, and use some values to distort them, and then make them render out into sort of abstract paint strokes that streaked across the screen. And I did that for a few years, and I really enjoyed it. But obviously, I was constantly trying to figure out how to make abstract shapes. And then I realized 3D Studio Max comes with a bunch of copy-pasted, off-the-shelf trees. And I distorted one, and I instantly just saw this sort of interesting shape and these sort of... I mean, I would show my work, but I don't want to dox myself because I've got my details on my DeviantArt from back in the day. But yeah, I was sort of like really interested in sort of like just mucking around with the program until I learned how to use it. And yeah, I think that's kind of... Yeah, I think that's an important process for most creators, which is why I'm not necessarily against people using tablets and stuff for drawing. I just think that it shouldn't be the only way that you draw. I think that there should be some physical mediums in your repertoire. And depending on what you're doing, I think if you're designing something and you know exactly what you want, you've done it before and you don't really have anything to learn, you're just going to use a process you know to make something that you know you can make, then I suppose it's not so bad. But I think that people miss out on the tactility and the kind of happy accidents that occur when you work with physical mediums. And I think that, although it might sound a bit pretentious and everything, but I genuinely feel like if you're going to learn how to take pictures with a digital camera, you should learn how to use a physical camera first, because there's a lot of trial and error using a physical camera with film. There's an awful lot of things to consider. But in the process of becoming considerate, you become a better photographer, because you're not being saved by auto exposure or auto shutter speed or auto focus or something. When you go and take a bunch of pictures and you underexpose them, you recalibrate your understanding of what exposure is. So when you go out next time, you might overexpose them. But over time, that process will teach you to look at the ambient light in your surroundings and know roughly where you want to be. And that's one of the pillars of it all, is exposure, is understanding how much light you want to let into the camera, onto the film, And then from there you move on to composition, and then you move on to the kinds of film you need, how fast the film needs to be. And then before you know it, you've begun to understand like how quickly and how aggressively light behaves when it's exposed to a sensitive medium like film. So when you move into digital photography, suddenly you're not relying on a bunch of predetermined values to take pictures for you. You're much more in control, and therefore you're much more able to express yourself and have that kind of creative influence on the picture. You're not just pointing a camera and it says, yep, probably about 5.6, it's probably about a fifth of a second. You probably want this kind of black and white, you probably want this kind of contrast, this kind of ISO. You click it, the picture comes out and it looks clear, it looks sharp, the camera's done its job. But then you'll buy a cheap, crappy, disposable camera, like I like to, whenever I go to a foreign country. And you'll take some pictures with it and you'll get them developed, and they'll be out of focus and they'll be not, they won't be cropped or composed very well. But there'll be so much feeling and soul, and you'll look at the pictures and you'll feel something. It will remind you of that, that time and place. And that's kind of the point of photography, is if you can't look at a photograph and feel that time and place, all you've done is just used a bit of film up, in my opinion. But again, I don't want to come across as a gatekeepy, pretentious old cunt, because I'm definitely verging on that these days. But yeah, I do worry that a lot of kids go straight into digital mediums and they miss out on that learning process and that sort of experience you gain from the tactility and the sort of the feeling and the touch of physical media. It's drawing with graphite, drawing with charcoal, drawing on paper. There's something to it that you learn, and it makes you a better artist in the process. Ooh, excuse me. I love to watch old photos, and the ugliest, mostly the best. Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of old cameras over there, and a bunch of them, they take pictures that aren't the best, but they have a personality to them that I love, so I keep them. And I say I keep them. I quite often end up, feeling bad that they're gathering dust, so I post them to my friend, because you can just wrap them up and post them. They don't weigh very much, so you can post them all over the world. And then they post me back some photos, or they post me back a roll of film and say, there you go. And I develop it, and I get to see, that they've got a new cat, and this cat is obsessed with the curtains, and it's nice. It's just nice. So, right, have we got much resins in our current? So we've got a bunch of special alloys. So it's just resins we could do with, to be honest, because over here, this thing wants 640 resins. Okay, so it wants 640 resins, 1200. So yeah, that will be, 3 of them will be 1200. So we need 160. $166.40, so 530. We need 530 resins, so go check. Catch the moment better than high quality pics. Yes, and I think that there's obviously the digital age and digital media and Photoshop and everything else. There's lots and lots of technology and software focused around making something perceivably perfect. I know perfect is obviously a myth. It's a perception. There's no such thing as perfect. The more you zoom in, the more imperfections you find. But for all intents and purposes, software and, digital mediums, they allow you to do something over and over and over until you get it perfect. And that's the thing you share with the world. But I think that the imperfections in a creative piece of work can sometimes come to define it, like sometimes it's messy and imperfect and, obscure and, not proportionate. But sometimes that's the point, And I think that when we work in digital, there's way too many guides and way too many, guide rails and bumpers and, limits, and you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, you can't always express yourself fully, because everything is going to be trying to fit into a grid. And that grid can sometimes be a prison. Shit, that was really pretentious. Sorry, that was really fucking bad. But no, when you're working in digital, you have to work pixel to pixel. And that means that you can never be in between those two states, that you're always going to fall into one or the other. But when you draw something, that line is 100%. You've just made a bunch of particles of lead mark a bunch of particles on a piece of paper, and you've created a mark. And that mark is exactly what your arm did in the real world. Now, if you did that on a computer, it would try and approximate that line as closely as possible, and the resolution gets better over time. But ask anybody that listens to music that's an audio file. Digital compression will always suck some of the life and soul out of something. And it's just how it is. It's just how it is. So that's 640. And we've got, yeah, that should be enough. That should be enough. Should be enough to get that other one up and running. And then, yeah, we're good. We've done a decent amount of building this stream. So this one wants 640 resins, 1200 special alloys. And in our possession, we have 640, 700 and 800 resins, as well as a shit ton of special alloys. Cool. We've also got the delivery we need for that person. So it looks like that road's been quite well traveled, so we could just take that road there, I think. So we go out of here, we turn left, and we go up the hill. There we go. Made maybe two friends often picture when we meet. I have now 25-year-old picture. Yes, this is the thing, and also, you know, it's just like I've got old photographs that to this day will always make me smile. And yes, they could be sharper. Yes, they could be better focused. Yes, they could. The colours could be more accurate. But they still make me smile. You know, that photograph will still bring a smile to my face because I still remember how we bet the person who was running the chalet that if we could beat them at pool, we get a 50% discount. And this kid just didn't. This kid literally played pool in that room against every person that ever fucking stayed in that chalet. This was kind of pre Airbnb days. This was like, yeah, their parents had a holiday home and this kid was renting it out. And yeah, we beat him. We fucking beat him, and we got a 50% discount on the stay. So it was way less francs than it should have been. And yeah, there's a picture of us like smiling, and he's got a big like he's like that in the picture. And yeah, you know. And it fucking makes me chuckle, and it's got a giant crease down the middle because I had to fold it to get it in my pocket, and the fucking the actual print of on the photo paper is starting to peel on the corners. It's all scratched and everything, but yeah, it's enough, you know. It's clear enough. It communicates to me that moment in time. It's enough, you know. And yeah, I think that's kind of the magic of a photograph. I think that yes, you can get more megapixels, and yes, you can get better color accuracy, and yes, you can get more autofocus points, and yes, you can get faster shutter speeds and better glass, and you know. But I don't know. Like I say, when I get off an aeroplane, if there's one of those little vending machines that sells those €3 disposable cameras, I'll buy like 5, you know. And I'll burn off like most of them before I get back on the plane home, and then I get them developed, you know. And I have to go to Boots, and I have to wait for a day or two. But then I get a bunch of like crusty, like poorly composed, really washed out, underexposed or overexposed photos, and yeah, there's something really sort of crusty about them. But I love it, you know. But I don't know. I just worry. I think we owe kids the context and the understanding that yes, we have computers and electronics that make this shit like super easy, but don't think that, you know, just because drawing on paper seems a bit more, you know, inconvenient, that it's something you should forget about and not worry about. There's definitely some learning you can take away from that. And it's the same with music. You know, you get musicians that don't want to jam, musicians that don't want to, you know, learn certain things because they don't see any point in it, and then, you know, how good of a musician do they become, you know. Definitely don't shy away from doing something a slightly different way. Take me, for instance. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I have even less of a presence on YouTube than I do on Twitch, but you know what, it's interesting to give it a try and see what happened and see how it works and see what the VOD looks like afterwards. And it's handy because now, rather than having to transfer my VOD from Twitch or upload a VOD to Twitch, once I'm finished streaming, it's all compressed into a video that's on my YouTube automatically. It's already there. By the time I finish the stream and wrap up, it's all there. And I can go into a studio and I can trim off bits and pieces of the beginning and the end. But I think it's a live stream, so I might just leave it up there. And they don't get that many views, but nothing I upload does. You know, I've got no presence on YouTube at all. Do I not have deliveries for you? I swear I had. Oh, have I left it in the fucking private locker? I swear to God, chat. I left it in the private locker. Oh, do you know what I did? I did. I left it in the private locker. I left it in the private locker. That was a minute ago. It's this one here. So that's... So that was 21... Yeah, that was a few minutes before. So that should be the last distro center we were in. I think I need to go to the Magellan. Dowser's town, yeah. So I think I need to go to the Magellan, which is... Fuck, it's back there, for fuck's sake. This autosave system is so good. So that was... Let's try this one. Doesn't tell us where we are. Let me try the third one down. I think this is just before we activated the terminal here. Yeah, we're still there, okay. So, let me try... I know this seems silly, but this is actually quicker than driving all the way back. This is actually going to be quicker. So I'm hoping this is the guy in the distro center next to where the Magellan is. Because as long as we take all of his resins... yeah, this guy, cool. So as long as we've taken all their materials, yes, we have. Inside here, we should have a shitload of special alloys. Cool. However, that means that... Oh yeah, we didn't even make it that far, did we? So yeah, 1200 and 640. 1200 and 640. Oh my god. So many menus, dude. So yeah, we should have plenty. Resins. Oh, hang on. We got enough resins there? Okay, hang on. So I need to put these in the truck. That stuff we can stay on there. Those boots are fucked. We can offload those. Got another set of boots. We can put on. So, yeah, we haven't got enough resins. Why have we not got enough resins? Okay. Right, so let me just reverse into the Magellan. Grab all the stuff out of storage, and then we can go and make those deliveries. Working smarter, not harder. Well, trying. Got so lost in the sauce on that EQ video. Like, yeah, no, it's a good video. And yeah, so I think the compressor video is the one I would recommend the most. The EQ one, I haven't watched that one for a while, but I think it's on my list because I think I actually watched it. I think it's got some play on it because I watched it again. But yeah, the compressor one will get the audio to stay roughly in the same place, and then once it stays in the same place, you can EQ it and make it sound as nice as possible. So sometimes it's about setting up the compressor, and then once the compressor's set up, then you do a recording and then you EQ that, because the compressor will make sure you're in the right sort of area anyway. So storage, we've got a bunch of stuff. This was a bunch of stuff. Yeah, look, all this stuff for this person I fucking left behind. All of that stuff can stay in, that's fine. So yeah, we just need to put this into our loader, and we're good to go. And we roughly know the way because we've done that journey just now. Yes, apologies, chat. Driving back to get it all and then driving back, it would have taken longer. I know it sounds crazy, me fucking loading the game up like 4 times, but yeah. There's method to my madness, I promise. So, it looks as if there's a path. Okay. We need to use the road for the first bit. And for the first bit, we're going along the road. To the first destination. We're going to see if we can snag some extra resins. I think we fucked up though, chat, because I think in the process of loading up, I'm noticing this more and more in video games, and I don't know whether it's me legitimately losing my mind, but sometimes I load up a previous save and resources that I used after that point are still gone. So they're not tracked. They weren't saved at the point of me saving the game. And I don't know whether it's just me, but I'll sort of be doing something and it won't work, so I'll load up a previous save and I'll try it again and it won't work, so I'll try it again, and then I run out of a resource. I'm like, well, hang on, how can I run out of a resource? I'm loading up a previous save where I had plenty of that resource. That's why I keep reloading the same save, because I want to make. But I think maybe they're deliberate. Maybe video game developers have all collectively agreed to deliberately make sure you can't scam the system like that and do a perfect run by just reloading the game every single time you get something slightly wrong. But yeah, because I swear I had enough resins and now I don't. And this is the save I loaded up just a couple of minutes ago. So, well, this is the save that was created a couple of minutes ago before I drove all the way over there in error. But I imagine that the Dowser will have some resins. So I think once we get over there, once we get to this distribution center over here, and then once we go to the Dowser, I think we'll have enough resins there. However, also at the Dowser there's a mission. I think a notification came up a second ago that said take on the main order at the Dowser. I think that will then be the next sort of that'll be the next shelter we find, or the next mine we're supposed to find. But fortunately, I think if we're told to go find a mine, we've already found it, so we might be able to just fucking expedite that whole process. But yes, it is, in this world, it is about working hard, working smarter, not harder. Because, well, actually, I think it's a mixture of both. I think, personally, feel that if you're like me, and I know a lot of you guys aren't like me, thankfully, but no, for me, as someone that isn't that intelligent, I've always been a bit anxious with jobs where I always try and work super fucking hard, because I know that if I work really hard and I have a good work ethic, that will give me some grace. That will give me a cushion, you know? That when I fuck up because I'm an idiot, they'll be like, yeah, he fucked up, but, you know, he also works really fucking hard. He never complains. He always shows up on time. He never leaves early. You know, he never takes too many cigarette breaks. You know, he's a good worker. So, and I think a good manager will see somebody that has the work ethic and work with them to get good at the job. Give me a random word for a Minecraft seed. A random word for a Minecraft seed. Is there a character limit? Because serendipitous is a good word. Mellifluous is a good word. Ceremony is a good word, or ceremonial is a good word. Defenstration is defenstration taking a shit. No, that's defecation, sorry. How about Gigaturd?
Still out working hard after dark, I see. Appreciate the dedication.
£10 uncut hog. All good words.
Appreciate the hard work.
We got some smarter drugs. Right, I'm going to check my A pass because I've done a few deliveries.
Well done.
You get a little bit of bandwidth per delivery. So let me check my A pass. Can I do that from here? Oh shit, that was a lot. That was 100, okay. There we go, that's upgraded that. Cool. So, I would like some... Is it resins we need? I would like... Yeah, resins, okay. I would like some resins, please. Yeah, do you know what? I think I've just got deja vu a little bit. I think we got 640 resins from here. So actually, I think the game isn't lying to us. I think it was me being a fucking moron. Sorry. Ceremonial work. Thank you very well. Yes, Ceremonials, album by Florence and the Machine. But Ceremonials would be a fucking good name for a hardcore band. You started a real proper like borderline punk band that's actually a hardcore band. Called Ceremonials. I think, yeah, that would fucking slap as a band name. Right, so yes, I think this is where we went up. Up and over, yeah. Okay, cool. So, safety first. We have a bunch of special alloys. We've got a bunch of resins, so we should be all good when we get there. Cool. However, we do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, however. You won't miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well, so if you want to go grab a drink or a snack, stretch your legs a little bit. It's good for you, don't worry. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We do a 3-minute ad break to get rid of pre-rolls, because pre-rolls kind of suck. I don't think it's very fair. When somebody first gets to the stream, they immediately have to watch an ad before they get to just hang out and see if they like it. I don't think it's very fair. So we do a 3-minute ad break so we can all synchronize and obviously get rid of pre-rolls. But there's also anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free on the BRB. We don't call them out. We still appreciate them. Yes, I'll be back shortly. And then we'll go and make this delivery. We'll go and pick up that order. And then, yeah, I think it'll be a bit of a story. When we pick up that order, there might be a bit of a cutscene or something on the way. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Again? It's because it works. Spicy chicken soup sounds perfect for a cold day. You've been outdoors. I haven't had chicken. Oh, dudes. Oh, dudes, I just saw the barn and I was like, yep. When it works, chat. When it works, it works. It's so fucking cool. You're staring straight into my soul.
bit of a puzzle to figure out which ones to reverse and which ones to leave. Is this? No. That's why there's a shortcut. That's why there's a shortcut, breadcrumbs. Come on, you know how these games work. You know how these games work.
Oh, yeah, I agree. It is nice when you get a game that's, you know, firmly planted in some sense of reality, but then it completely fucking pulls the wool over your eyes. Spend ages making something or getting all the materials to make something, and then one loading screen just disappears. It's so annoying because it kind of makes it pointless. Shut the fuck up. It kind of makes it pointless to build things because you know they're just going to get taken from you at some point. Fuck's sake. And yeah, it's one of those pronunciation things with Japanese. You don't say nanny, you say nani. This guy's still there.
Oh my god.
What? Gun Harry's dudes.
He's still alive!
Gun Harry's dudes. Are you pointing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, gun parries when they jump at you. Oh my god.
Satisfying.
Oh, this game is too good. It's too good. It's illegal. Oh, I still can't get the visceral. Come on. Oh. Woo. What are you saying? First go on the stream. Let's go. Woo. First go on the stream without a summon. Let's go. Loving it. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Just got that one at the end. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, up and over the top. And we make the delivery. Oh, chat. Do you know what? I'm sorry to do this. I should have done this before the break. Because the game is going to render the cutscenes in real time. If it's fucking night time, it will, yeah, so it's... I think that's one of the updates they need to put in. They need to put in an option somewhere where whenever a story cutscene starts, it becomes daytime. Because that cutscene with Tomorrow using the tar as like a conduit to then launch a bunch of attacks, it looked a lot cooler during the daytime. And we had to see it at night because I didn't realize that the time of day would actually... I didn't realize the time of day would actually be dynamically rendered. But it'd be what it'd be. So, is he going to say rest until morning? Get up. Cool. Cool. Right. So now we go to the surface. It probably creates an autosave as well, which isn't a bad thing. Do we get a BB connection cutscene? No. Only in the Magellan. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed that we did that sequence. And I saw somebody at the same spot this morning, and yeah, they were doing it during the daylight, and yeah, you could see everything a lot clearer in the daylight. So it's kind of like, I feel like it's a little bit silly that the cutscene can be dynamically rendered at night just because it's nighttime in the game. But that obviously then limits the visual impact of the cutscene. And it was a really action-driven cutscene, so I kind of feel like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. But obviously from now on, if we're going to go and pick up anything that could be a story, I need to remember to go to a private room and rest until morning, so it's at least daylight. I mean, it doesn't look very clear, but, you know, at least it's daylight. Because, yeah, I want to see all the details, you know? I saw that fucking light there, and I was like, damn, that looks like one of the fucking Cypher drones from Metal Gear Solid 2. And that kind of makes me want... I kind of want to get a model of the fucking drone from Metal Gear Solid 2. And then I want to fucking make one with a real drone, but it would involve me buying a real drone, and they're fucking expensive. For a good one, you know, a decent one, one worth buying, you know, not a cheap one that's gonna work for 6 months and then fall apart. And then you go to return it to the company you bought it from, and you realise that company has been liquidated, and they're, yeah, a completely different company now. Because that's got to be one of the worst scams out there, dudes. You're just shopping around online, and you find like a suspiciously cheap version of something, and if it was still reasonable money, you wouldn't buy it, but because it's suspiciously cheap, you're like, yeah, you know what? That's a lot cheaper than I thought it would be, and actually, if it goes wrong, it was cheap, so it doesn't owe me anything, but yeah, it goes wrong, and you think, oh, I'll try and claim on the warranty, it's only 8 months old or whatever. And you go to the website, and it doesn't exist anymore, and you search for the company, and it doesn't exist anymore, but there's another company with a slightly different name selling the exact same item. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. Because, yeah, establishing a company and then folding it, it's way too easy. Way too easy. It just means that, yeah, they can just basically sell a bunch of shit products. And then as soon as the complaints start coming in, you just fold the company and then create another one. The joys of capitalism. But it's the only system that works. Really? It works, does it? Is that why the government has to borrow a bunch of money from the treasury to pump a bunch of fucking money into it every so often to get it to start up again? Is that why we have so many financial crises every 7 to 11 years? Because it's the only system that works? Yeah, that's what I thought. It doesn't fucking work. You can perpetuate it. It doesn't work. It's not self-sustaining in any way. You know, you can delay the collapse, but there will be a collapse. You know, people bet on the collapse. There's fucking entire markets in the stock market. There's entire sectors that, you know, they profit from the downfall of the economy. It just goes to show you how fucking crooked it all is. You know, you have people that throughout COVID and lockdown still managed to make hundreds of millions of pounds, and you're like, but the entire fucking world was shut down. Like, yeah, and they were invested in all of the things that people need when the world shut down. You know, strangely enough, a year and a half before the lockdowns happened, they happened to spend $680,000 buying stocks in all of the companies that would suddenly become massively in need during the lockdowns, you know. And there's not enough proof to say it's insider trading, but yeah, you know, you've got someone like Warren Buffett making 20 to 30% a year profit, but they've got hundreds of millions of dollars, so it's a lot of money. And you've got people in Congress, you know, a US Congress, right? And they're fucking outperforming Warren Buffett, the best trader in history. You've got members of US Congress trading with their smartphones, just randomly buying stocks, and they've made 160, 170% profit. And it's like, are you fucking stupid? It's like, this is the thing. Like, it's all well and good playing the stock market, but just don't get greedy, because if you get greedy, everyone's going to catch on, but they can't help themselves. They can't help it. You know, they start making a few million pounds a year, and they fucking lose their heads. And this is it. That's what it does. People find a way to generate money out of the stock market, and then they push it so far, they fucking collapse the economy. If they just didn't push it so far, if they were just content with making a bunch of money for nothing, but bear in mind, once the scam's established, it's just year-on-year growth. You know, they're making, you know, $600,000 in profit the first year, then $1.2 million the next year, then $1.8 million the year after that, then $2.3 million, then $5.5 million. It's like, you're already earning an absurd amount of money, but it's never enough. They have to push it. They have to push it even further. And then it all falls apart. And the thing is, they tank the economy. All the banks go under. The government then borrows money to bail the banks out, and they add it on to our fucking tax to repay that debt. And it's like, how the fuck does this even get fucking... How does this get allowed?
Not have prepared this data without your
But that's the scam. They privatise their gains and they socialise their losses. You know, when they fuck up, they just tank the economy and the government bails it out. When they win, they get rich. You know. Anyway,
I've increased your allocation of
we ain't going to fix that tonight. So
this is an improved version of the boost skeleton. It's more compact and lightweight than the older variety, but it's stronger too, allowing you to carry even more cargo than you previously could. None of this would have been possible without you, Sam. If you can continue to support my work here, I'd love to try and find other ways I can make this skeleton even better.
Cool.
Come and visit me again soon.
I think I will.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Breakable cargo. Oh, Hartman's lab. Ah, okay. We got a couple of normal deliveries there. So we're going to meet Hartman. Cool.
Order accepted.
Right. It's fucking night time again. I'm really not sure how the day-night cycle works in this game, but it is always nighttime. It is always nighttime. It feels like it's always night. And I don't get it, because I legitimately just went to a place where I could sleep so I could make sure it was the morning and not the afternoon where it was still daylight but it was about to get dark. I go in, I do one delivery, I talk to somebody, and apparently the entire day has gone by. I'm a little bit confused about that, but yeah. And this is the thing. Dynamic day-night cycles, they do add a sense of realism.
I'm so relieved that Tamara was unharmed. She must have been terribly nervous, trying to brave an unfamiliar world. But she's safe now, thanks to you, Sam. And now we have to show the girl that we're equipped to take care of her. That the DHV Magellan is a place she shouldn't be afraid to return to. A place that she can call home.
Okay, and how do you propose we do that? Oh shit. Oh. But yeah, I feel like I've spent a lot of time wandering around, driving around at night, and it's not the end of the world. It's, you know, it's an interesting system, and it does add a bit of realism, but it also massively limits your ability to appreciate the scenery. It's always dark.
Anyway, we've got the long road ahead of us. Let's get a move on.
But yeah, I just feel like the game is trying to make it nighttime because, yeah, like I say, I deliberately tried to make it the start of the day, But it did make a difference. So maybe it isn't me just forgetting that it's nighttime and doing a cutscene. Maybe the game is just trying to force it to be nighttime more often than not, which is strange. Because this is Death Stranding, it's not Dark Stranding. Cool. Rail Restorer, okay. Restore and fully reopen the monorail line. So that's it. So that means that, okay, well, yeah, we have got a connection all the way to there. Unfortunately, we can't connect. This monorail system to this one. That would have been Pog. But is it? I mean, maybe it continues, maybe, and then maybe it goes, and then connects to here. Maybe. Right. So that's that done. Now we can go meet Hartman for the first time, which should be pretty cool. We can't. I don't think we're allowed to rest. I think all we can do is mine, right? So yes, hopefully we don't end up having to watch the cutscene where we meet Hartman for the first time in the fucking dark. Because that would be a pain. Because the thing is, I don't want to have to go all the way to a shelter to rest and then drive all the way to our location just to do the cutscene. Because if I can't make any deliveries along the way, it's kind of it's a bit wasteful, you know? You're going to make it that long journey, you may as well do some deliveries along the way. It makes the most sense. So, yeah. Anyway, I might have to go online and look up how the day-night cycle works, because knowing Kojima, there could be some strange key ring or some strange thing I need to do to make it daylight more often, or I don't know. I don't want to know. Don't spoil it for me, of course, but yeah, I feel as if the game is leaning towards nighttime an awful lot. And maybe it's because he wants to do a sunset and he wants to do a sunrise more often. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the day should be 2/3 of the... So like a day-night cycle should be 2/3 day, 1/3 night. Because arguably, yes, it's interesting and realistic that the sun goes down and comes back up. But also, you know, bumbling around in the fucking dark is kind of, yeah, it's not the most fun. So yeah, I feel like you can definitely have a day-night system. But I mean, for instance, like Dying Light made it like you know, during the daytime you can mooch around, there's zombies, but you're still reasonably safe. At nighttime, you better get the fuck indoors, because there's these fucking hyper-aggressive, hyper-agile, like almost one-shot enemies clambering around, terrifying you as you're trying to run away from them. And obviously it's dark, so you can't really see. You've got to memorize your routes. Nighttime, innit? I can't see anything. I can't take the scenery in. Shit. See what I mean, chat? It's dark and you get fucking disorientated. But yeah, I feel like the music and everything would have hit a bit harder if we could fucking see. But saying that, if we get there and part of the cutscene is the sun comes up, okay, fair.
Even though I cannot see you, I'm certain that your heart is here. If you find that you miss me, always look at the sun that rises and the moon that rises in the evening. Whatever the time, I will be reflected in the sun and the moon. And in our next life.
Thing is, game, I know you want me to fucking walk, but if I leave my truck in the middle of nowhere, it's not good. Oh my god. Goodness. I just did it. You can get up there. Just did it. Mate, as if this bit, which is clearly less fun to drive up, is easier than that bit, which is just fucking dry, flat ground. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this, chat. I just won't take no for an answer. Just won't take no for an answer. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh, we can do this. Come on. Come on, game. No, game. Come on. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Chat, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh, I don't give a fuck. No is not part of my vocabulary when I'm playing video games. When I'm playing video games. Obviously in real life, no means no, of course. Please don't get me twisted. Chat, I am not known for the fucks that I give. Because there aren't many. I don't give a fuck. We always bring the truck. We always bring the truck. I mean, I damaged the cargo a little bit, which is a bit of a pain, but yeah, we always bring the truck. A cargo for and report them as complete. You're about to deliver cargo for the following orders or report them as complete. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Thank you for your service. Proceeding to order confirmation.
Okay, well, we got an S rank anyway, so.
Is above average.
Oh, okay. Our little family. Complete episode 6. Okay, so episode 6 done. Okay. You set the rules around here. It's like me spike climbing mountains on my horse in Skyrim. Dr. Harm, sorry. I didn't see you come in there. Sorry, dude. Welcome in. How's it going? Aussie Outback Driving Simulator. I've been waiting to see someone play this. Yeah, it's yeah. We tried to drive up the path and it wouldn't let us, so I had to take a different route, and that different route was a bit dangerous, but it worked. But yes, we got here. I presume we get to talk to Hartman now, and we'll have some dialogue because they're from the first game. There he is. Ah, look at that big old fucking lake. Ooh, backpack, extra battery level 1, an additional battery for Sam's field where multiple units can be equipped. Okay, cool. Cool. Structure data. Jump ramp. Let's go. A structure that allows you to leap through the air. It uses chiral crystals to increase your buoyancy, extending your air time while ensuring a safe landing. Press square when special action appears mid-jump to perform special action. So we get to do... we can build safe houses. Underground structure where you can rest, recuperate, can be used to store or recycle cargo, fabricate equipment, recharge your batteries, repair your cargo containers. Safe houses feature a private room and a garage. Hog as fuck. Song can be played. Gush Baba. Through the customization of structures. Okay.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Cool.
Connection to chiral network established. Condition
Good night, Velda. Thank you for stopping in, dude. Shame. Commitment to the delivery gets bonus points. I like it, yeah.
Greetings, Sam.
Oh, hang on.
This is the President.
You're not Hartman.
Once again, you've done it. The northwestern part of the Australian continent has been successfully connected to the chiral network. As a result, the probability of a new plate gate manifesting on this continent has significantly increased. As for what comes next, I believe a drawbridge ally is stationed at this facility. By strengthening your bonds, I have no doubt you will be able to accomplish even greater feats. So don't let me keep you. Your friend is waiting inside.
Well, say hello to everybody. Say hello to everybody.
Please use the entrance to proceed into the facility.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Hartman. Guess who?
Drawbridge credentials verified. Welcome, Sam.
Please proceed inside. Administering shock. Stand clear.
Upper Beach reference frame confirmed. UB coordinates are L 47.37, B plus 6.32.
It's got heart-shaped glasses.
Hartman.
Oh. Oh, he's got like a heart inside of his chamber on his chest.
Thank you for coming. Oh. It's been a while.
Ticker's still holding up?
Thanks to this support unit, I can flatline anytime, anywhere, without worry.
Oh, I see the suit's holding him up.
Like either. I can sleep standing up. Not bad, eh?
Wear a work uniform, but still want to express your individuality. Yeah, for sure.
I am. They're a large part of the reason I came to this place. have been rather unkind to my heart. You might say I'm on the verge of heartbreak. Still, it's a small price to pay for mapping the beach. And now that my work here is complete, I can accompany you all on your journey.
Mind your claws, please.
Oh, we undertook the beach mapping program to help determine the most efficient strategy for linking up Australia. While near Death,
Cat friend, yes.
traversed the beach
Silly Baba.
and provided location data to APAS, which it used to build a database. Oh, APAS was my partner in this, you see. I also collected water samples from the various beaches I visited, which I duly deposited in the form of my own tears. Apparently, the water somehow circulates between them and the world of the living. The samples were required to study the phenomenon.
Huh. This is the first I've heard of it. I didn't think this was your field.
Oh, it isn't. Far from it. I collected the samples for the benefit of a collaborator. In the process, I placed a greater strain on my heart. But it's nothing to worry about. Like it or not, they all wear out sooner or later.
You sure you're okay? All good in there?
A hydrologist. Okay. Oh.
Is that all you're gonna take?
Yes. Everything I need is already stowed on the DHV Magellan. This here is my insurance. Well then, shall we go to the DHV Magellan?
Oh. Why are your claws so sharp? I clipped them the other day. I only clipped them the other day. Ready for a jump scare, chat? Ready for a jump scare?
Whoa.
Please take good care of him, okay?
That was a close one.
What sign should we put down? I feel like it needs to be a warning, right? I feel like what sign could we put there? What are you doing, you devious man? Request shelter. Request time for shelter. Oh, we can't put them here. Oh, that would have been perfect. Put an umbrella. That'll have to do. That will have to suffice, chat. Right, so we're here. I don't know if I'm going to need to get back here. If only. Those glasses, like when you work, once you do wear a uniform. Yeah, so like over my life, obviously having flesh tunnels and like my lip piercing and my beard and everything, like different jobs have like been like kind of shitty about it, and I've kind of like just kind of said that yes, I'll do something and then just not. But I remember once I had like a bit of a goatee, so that just the hair on my chin just wasn't shaved. And they said it's unkempt, it's not clean entirely enough. And bear in mind, the person that owned the place where I work, he had like a line, like just literally like a fucking pencil line down his fucking chin. And he was like saying, like, they were like trying to argue that I wasn't allowed to have facial hair. And I was like, you know, and after a while I was like, yeah, but other people have facial hair. I was like, listen, you're either you either grow a full grown beard or you're clean shaven. Those are your two options. And I was like, cool. So I just stopped shaving. And then like within like a month, I had like a fucking massive, great big beard like that. And they were like, okay, whatever. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to brag here. My facial hair literally is fucking relentless. Shaving it every day would cost me a fucking fortune, and it would fucking destroy the skin on my face. It's better to just let it grow. Let it grow and trim it with some clippers. If I shave it every single day, it will just fucking destroy my skin because it's so coarse. It's not very dense, but it's very coarse. Oh, the Magellan's right fucking there, dude. Oh. Okay, do I have an auto save from when I'm back up there? Yes. Bingo. I also saved just before I did this. Oh, it's that. Okay. What was it? How is that green stuff? Somebody was sick through the opening. Oh, it's over there. No wonder I couldn't fucking see it. It's all the way over here. Right, let's see what this is about. But yes, we're slowly building a little crew, which is an interesting mechanic in stories.
Ah, Sam, you're the last to arrive. But now we're all here. Let's get to it. Recently, I received a number of strange mails that were apparently sent to me by none other than myself. And Fragile has been receiving similar communications too. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I got a few about Lou's records.
It goes without saying, I did not, in fact, send them. It's all very distressing and gave me palpitations. An especially concerning mail reached me not long ago. Attached were some highly sensitive UCA documents on BBs and chiral communications technology, including classified records of the BBs who were sacrificed to build the foundation of the chiral network. These extraordinary children were the catalyst required for the network to route data through the beach. They served as a bridge between the beach and our world, hence the Bridge Baby moniker. They were originally intended for the sole purpose of sustaining the chiral network. I'd like to discuss the implications of these records in my possession, but before that, I can tell you how Bridge Babies were developed in more detail, if you wish.
So, this is a recap, but it's been a while, so...
R&D commenced shortly after.
And yeah, as you were
Death
saying,
Stranding
Sarah,
was first observed.
he doesn't say anything.
Incident having occurred. But perhaps the rest should be explained by someone who remembers the period. If you're willing to indulge me.
I can't speak with any authority, but if you insist. When the obstetrician touched the fetus during the procedure, it's said they glimpsed the beach. Subsequent research revealed that the unborn children of still mothers possessed a special connection to the place. While communications utilizing the beach had been theorized, the framework was incomplete. These children proved to be the missing link. Afterwards, development of the chiral network began in earnest. Or so I'm told.
Wait, I have a question.
By all means.
What about when I was putting Mexico on the grid? Or my work in Australia? Have I been condemning kids this whole time?
Worry not, Sam. The new Cupid model does not require a human catalyst. You can be assured of that.
Bridget was president when this all began, and she wouldn't permit women to be deliberately rendered brain dead in order to produce BBs. But the Bridges researchers were not deterred, and they pressed on with their plan in spite of the president's misgivings. To secure test subjects, it seems Bridges smuggled pregnant women into the country from Mexico, among other places. Consequently, they were able to produce the BBs needed to make the chiral network a reality. And 4 years ago, the first Bridges expedition embarked on their journey. This is what I received from the sacrificial BBs. Including backups, a total of 10 units were prepped for integration, but only 9 were used to lay the foundations of the North American network. I attempted to ascertain the whereabouts of the 10th.
It's Lou.
But as drawbridge,
oh, my spine.
We should have a higher security clearance than me personally. Just to be prudent, would you mind running a search? As Deadman determined, there was another BB-28 that existed before Lou, which was decommissioned. Fragile later discovered that, 4 years ago, Lou was assigned BB-28 serial number, and for reasons unknown, placed into storage. Now, the first expedition also set off 4 years ago, and they could surely have made use of another functional BB unit, yet again, for reasons unknown, Lou remained in storage. So did they have other plans for Lou? Was Lou deemed unsuitable for sacrifice? Or was Lou excluded from the mission for some other reason?
Like what?
Cardiac arrest imminent. 30 seconds remaining.
Not finding anything here. All the official records claim BB-20.
He's going to go flatline in the background.
There's also nothing to suggest a connection between the missing BB and Lou.
Still, we know for a fact that they played a part in the first BB experiments. So we have to ask the question, did Lou play one too?
3, 2, 1.
He's fucking unconscious, man. Come on. Yeah, the Michael Jackson bit. Because yeah, I feel like, oh, we're on to episode 7 now. Okay. I feel like he was going to go back there and then just be in the background whilst I was talking to Fragile, and then like flump, like a flatline noise, and then we carry on talking, and then he just comes back. But no. Why did he sit down there? Now he's just stand back up again. That was kind of weird. Oh shit. Nightmare on the cards. Oh, okay.
I hope I didn't wake us up. I had some news that I wished to share. A schematic for a marvelous device has been added to the Level 2 portable chiral constructor. It's called a transponder. Once you've built 2 or more in separate locations, you'll be able to travel between them instantaneously by way of the beach. The forensic mapping of which made this breakthrough possible. Safe houses and large facilities such as distribution centers have already been outfitted with transponders. You should make the most of them.
Sam, this is Charlie.
So that's proper fast travel. Okay.
Head to Hartman's lab and access the delivery terminal to pick up this main order.
And we can obviously transponder all the way over there. Okay. Okay. Right. So first things first. Oh, Hartman. Give our Norman Reedus a bit of a bath. Shower. Sorry. Cool. Right, let's get a save down there. Marvelous. Because, unfortunately, chat, that is all we have time for today. So I'll jump you guys over to the rating screen. We can hang out over here for a second. I can turn the PlayStation off. That makes my life a bit easier. Let's turn that off. And we'll close the YouTube stream down now so I don't forget, because last time I left it going and Nilo could still heal me after I'd raided out, which was a bit strange. But yes, so YouTube, thank you for everyone that was hanging out. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys next time. I'll be live again on Saturday from midday onwards. But yes, good stream, but I appreciate you too. But yes, sorry, I'm going to have to end the YouTube stream, but then we'll raid out on the Twitch stream. But yes, thank you to everyone on YouTube. I'll see